Tritoon. Tritoon. Tritoon.
Hello, everybody.
Much larger mysteries still remain.
Welcome back to Paleontologizing, and thank you, A Spaghetti Man, for the follow. Welcome to the channel. It's good to have you here.
50,000 a year has been well spent.
And holy cow,
Professor.
the feeling is mutual. Science Streams, thank you so much for your ongoing support. It means so much to me. It really does. Thank you. And welcome back. Happy Thursday BIRDSday to you. I hope you're ready for a fun one today. We're gonna have a good time, I feel. On today's stream, we are gonna be looking at starting my closed captions. Come on, closed captions. Are you working? You are, good. On today's stream, we're gonna be looking at those new dinosaurs that they added to the Jurassic World Evolution 2 video game. I've heard they're bad. We're gonna see just how bad they are. And that's really unsettling and disappointing because the last dinosaurs that they added were actually really decent. Their Sinosauropteryx was a thing of beauty. So anyway, we're going to be looking at those and probably doing some collective cringing there. We're going to look at a couple of other things in the news. And of course, it's Thursday BIRDSday as well. Thank you there, CC Davenport, for that follow. I really appreciate it. Welcome to the channel. Good stuff. And they added Crichtonsaurus to Jurassic World Alive. That's a funny one. I saw one of the world's only mounts of Crichtonsaurus in Jordan, Montana, back in like 2011 through about 2015. Upbeat Defeat, thank you for the follow, and welcome to Paleontologizing. We just got a shout-out from Science Streams, didn't we? Science Streams Belen, I appreciate that very much. Thank you. Anyway, welcome, everybody, to the channel. It is good to have you here. Excellent. Yeah. Wait, a raid? Oh, shoot, Science Streams, I didn't even realize. That must have been just before we started. Thank you for the raid, Science Streams. Holy moly. And welcome, everybody, to Paleontologizing. Hugan, thank you also for the raid. It's good to have you here. I just updated in OBS, I changed things around a little bit. I've got the new updated things. I'm still getting used to this at this point. It's all new to me. So if I seem a little bit flummoxed, then that's probably why. Anyway, Science Streams, I hope you had a wonderful stream. What did you get up to? Were you doing the fossil hunting there? Over in Jersey? Super cool. But yeah. Anyway, if it's anybody's very first time here on Paleontologizing, then please allow me to introduce myself real quick. My name is Danny Anduza. I'm a dinosaur paleontologist. You probably know already that a paleontologist is a fossil scientist. I work on dinosaur fossils in particular. Hence, dinosaur paleontologist. Most paleontologists do not work on dinosaurs. And I feel obliged to say that because I think a lot of people get the impression that paleontology equals dinosaurs. It doesn't in most cases. Although it does in my case. Most paleontologists don't work on dinosaurs, but I do. Dinosaurs are what I work on, what I study, what I publish on in the scientific literature, and what I dig up during the summers. This past summer, we were out in the field digging up dinosaurs in Wyoming and Utah.
Dinosaurs became extinct because they no longer knew how to love each other. Is that correct?
No, that's not correct. What?
Exactly. And I certainly wouldn't want our species to end the same way.
Dances with Dirt.
Are dinos 1 paleo
8 months of support there. I appreciate it, Dances with Dirt. I really do. Thank you. Thanks for keeping me online. Past 8 months. Good stuff. Yeah, this past summer, I was out in the field digging up dinosaurs in Wyoming and Utah and live streaming it. And that was a ton of fun.
Doing it. Nice.
We'll be doing more of that this next summer.
Keeping things clean.
Yeah.
So we tend to always have our brush nearby.
Mm-hmm.
So if before I'm even going to use the ice pick, I want to clean all this up. So we tend to find bones by hitting them.
That's Assistant Utah State Paleontologist Don DeBlue right there.
And you're paying attention, you'll hopefully see them when you haven't done too much damage.
Yeah, where you just peel up a little bit of rock.
A little bit of rock. We do
There it is.
also try to put the rocks in the bucket, so on my next time, and I realized, ooh, I did hit a bone, and there's a few pieces that are missing. I only have to look through the bucket instead of... If I just toss it, then I have the whole
That would be bad.
quarry area, not so good. So an area like this...
Anyway, this next summer,
Murph
gonna be out here again, hopefully.
To upbeat defeat.
And Murph, I really appreciate that. Thank you for that gift sub there to Upbeat Defeat. Appreciate that very much, Murph. Thank you for your ongoing support. Thanks to the support of viewers like Murph and some of the rest of you, we'll be going out to the field again this next summer. I'll be leaving at around end of May at the very latest to go out to Wyoming with Ethan Cowgill and his crew. Matt Lamana from Pittsburgh will be joining us. Holy cow, Golganak, thank you for those 100 bits.
Chew.
We've got a hype train going. That is brilliant, and I appreciate it. Golganak, I really do. Yeah. Yeah, as I was saying, we will be back out there. Thank you, Captain Dano, for the follow. Welcome to Paleontologizing. I just got off the phone with Ethan a little while ago, and we are go for Wyoming this year. We've got some funding lined up due to some very generous benefactors, and I need to see if Ethan's got back to me. But we also should have a... Looks like not yet, maybe? But we're gonna have an Amazon wish list for some gear as well. Digging equipment, camping equipment, a supply tent, all these things that we will need for the summer. Yeah, if this community, if any of you would like to pitch in for that kind of thing.
The infant, the adult.
Ontogeny.
I appreciate that, Mommy Does. Tier 2 at 23 months now. Holy moly. Mommy Does. Thank you for that. Good stuff. Yeah. And Rebel Decibel, yeah, I live here in the United States. Going all the way to Europe would present a lot of problems. We've got I'm not going to say too many fossils, but we've got more than enough fossils here within U.S. borders to keep us busy. So that's what we're focusing on. But yeah, I would love to do some excavations in Europe at some point. Yeah. But so far, all of my paleontological fieldwork and research, for that matter, has all taken place right here in the good old U.S. of A. So yeah. And you want to volunteer to dig somewhere, MS Coggins? It's very possible. Here. Check that out there. Yeah. It's, volunteers are the backbone of most paleontological crews. No pun intended. We need volunteers to help us with paleontological fieldwork. So if there's a will, there's often a way there. Yeah. Mayor Spaces, I'm sure you wouldn't mind digging on all 7 continents. Yes, hopefully not at the same time. My arms aren't that long, Mayor Space, but yes. All 7 continents respectively. Captain Dano says, I can dig that. Glad you're here. Welcome to Paleontologizing. Yeah. Dinosaur Dave says, new TV pitch, Danny digs the world. You fly to random locations and see what you can find. By random, I literally mean throw a dart at a world map random. I guess just dropped out of the back of a plane over the middle of the Pacific Ocean. I don't know if I'd enjoy that. Eddie Scarin, how are you doing? Welcome. It's good to have you here. Yeah. Yeah, the thing is, finding fossils in the first place, finding fossil localities, actually requires a tremendous amount of planning. And you gotta know what you're looking for, and you gotta have a good idea of where to start looking before you can actually go out and find fossils. you know? So yeah. Machu Picchu or another active volcano. There you go, Jodyfish, yeah. Yeah. And Mayor Space says, if there's a will, that means one is prepared to distribute their belongings upon their demise. Yeah. There you go, Mayor Space. And Rebel Decibel says, by the way, what are your favorite shops for looking for excavation gear? Is that even a niche market? It's not a niche. Well, there's no, like, one shop for that. If I'm going out and doing field work, I'm gonna be getting gear from places like a hardware store, like, say, Home Depot or Ace Hardware or something like that. I'm gonna be picking up supplies from, like, maybe like a coffee shop to get, some of our fanciest gear, of course. Yeah. There's a tremendous amount of very expensive and finely crafted equipment and materiel that we use as paleontologists. Like this. Only the finest of fabrics from old Paris. This is called burlap. And you might get this at a coffee shop. Maybe you dig through their dumpster. Yeah, you know. We actually had a bunch of burlap sacks that were previously used for coffee beans before Ethan was able to get hold of a bunch of these, I think for free. Or nearly for free. Other very expensive equipment, also from Paris. Plaster of Paris. Not in a box, that's too expensive. Yeah, something like this. This stuff is really good, actually. DAP is some of the best. Yeah. Those are some of the supplies that we will need to purchase before this next field season, before we go out to Wyoming. Yeah. Mikey Like says, if it's not from the Bourlon region of France, it's just sparkling cheap woven hemp. There you go, Mikey Likes. But yeah. 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 And then, you know, lots of other gear as well. Lots of other supplies. You need the 5-gallon bucket? Gojiro, I mean, this is more than 5 gallons right here. This is 25 pounds of plaster. Right there. The buckets can be really useful. We actually, do our business in a bucket, so to speak. When we visit the little paleontologist room, it really is... it looks like this. Yeah. Though we do need at least a bucket. But yeah, yeah. And yes, indeed, Claire Burr, yes, yes. I'm waiting on getting that wish list from Ethan right now, Claire. Yeah. The little paleontologist room. The outback of Utah/Montana, yes. You know, when you're a paleontologist, when you're a paleontologist, the world is your bathroom. At least in the sense that you put the bucket somewhere that doesn't have 4 walls, you know? It's kind of like this.
Oh,
Flushing Meadows.
Meadows. right. I'll only be gone for a second.
Anyway, yeah. Oscar Jr. says, I live only a couple blocks from Flushing. That's exactly what it looks like. That's good to hear, Oscar Jr.'s. Yeah. I have been on cruise before where you kind of just go dig a hole somewhere to do your business, just anywhere you want. But if you're going to be in a particular area for a long time, that's not a good idea, because that stuff builds up. It's best to do your business in a bucket with a little seat on it. Have some kitty litter inside, and then you take those bags, wrap them up real tight, put it in another bag, wrap it up real tight, drive it into town and throw it in a dumpster. That's the way to do it. So yeah. Birian says, what happens if you find a fossil while digging the hole? Hopefully you don't. No. We almost never just dig a random hole and find a fossil somewhere. You know, finding fossils requires what we call prospecting. You know? Yeah, you dig a different hole. There you go, Sloppy Salamander, yeah. Although I have actually found, I've got a necklace that I made out of a tyrannosaur tooth. In fact, let me grab that, because that's part of that story. Here, hang on. Where did that go? Here we go. This was found on private land. That's why I've made it into a necklace. That's why I've kept it. It's kind of a long story, but I'll tell you, well, it's not that long a story. I'll tell you the story right now. Come on. This is still, I just unboxed this when I moved. Oh man, I need to... Oh no, it goes like this. Okay, good. Alright, we're all set. This... is a tyrannosaur tooth necklace right here. I wrapped this myself with copper wire a few years back. But that is about 79 million years old, from the late Cretaceous period of northern Montana. Probably from Gorgosaurus. Right there. Could be Displetosaurus, though. Not totally sure. But that is a little shed tooth of a tyrannosaur. If you take it real close, you could probably even see the serrations on the tooth. Let's see. Got manual focus on this camera. So... But there you go, yeah. You can actually see those fine serrations along the edge right there. See them? It's like a steak knife, but smaller. Yeah. Now, I was getting ready to make a small deposit, let's say. Getting ready to use the facilities, as it were. I found a nice sinkhole to do that in while I was up prospecting one day, and I'm just about to proceed, and then I see a little glint out of the corner of my eye, and there's a beautiful tyrannosaur tooth there just on the edge of the sinkhole. It had already been removed from its stratigraphic context. It had clearly washed down from a horizon higher up. And so I grabbed it, put it in my pocket. We were prospecting on private land at the time. Since it wasn't a scientifically important specimen, but I couldn't just leave it there, I asked my crew chief about it. He's like, congrats, you're now the proud owner of a tyrannosaur tooth. And so I turned it into a necklace. Yeah. Now was only the second Tyrannosaur tooth I'd ever found. It's pretty cool. Yeah. Anyway. Yeah. Rebel Decibel says, if you suddenly find a very rare discovery, how fast do you guys usually announce it? Oh, it could take years or decades. I'd imagine only after everything has been excavated and transported to safety, isn't it? Yeah, sometimes until, not just that, sometimes it also requires, well, sometimes before we even make an announcement about that kind of thing, you know, we dig the fossils up, we plaster jacket them, we bring them back to the laboratory, open the plaster jackets, we clean them, we build a cradle for them to you know, support the fossils. We photograph them and illustrate them and study them and then write up that publication, and then you kind of shop around for a publisher, and then you know, that's after you've already worked on the manuscript and done all the collaborations and everything else. It can take years, it can take decades at times. So yeah, there are things that I dug up this same summer back in 2012, like potentially a new species of dinosaur, still not been published. So yeah, it can take a long, long time, and that's pretty standard. You know, that's not unusual. So yeah. And there you go, Salamander. Yeah. I'm trying to see if I have a clip that would be appropriate at this juncture, but I don't know if I do. Yeah. I'm not seeing that. Yeah. Dances with Dirt says, does it bother you that it can take so long? Absolutely, yeah. I would love to just be able to make announcements to the world right then and there, but that's... When you're working on the timeline of academia, it's often frustratingly glacial. I'll put it that way. Yeah. And Rebel Decibel says, but have you ever heard of a case when someone has stolen fossils directly from an excavation? All the time, Rebel Decibel. Especially in Utah. I don't know what it is about Utah, but fossil theft is absolutely rampant in that state. And I've worked in Utah, and I've heard a lot of stories from people who work in Utah, people who worked for the Bureau of Land Management, the BLM in Utah, or worked for the state of Utah, and they hear about these cases all the time. So that's... I'm sure there's a bit of sample bias there as well. But yeah. Yeah, here we go. This is from last October. I want to preface this by saying that this summer we got visits from the Bureau of Land Management police. Who came to our site, and they asked us if we'd seen any suspicious activity, seen anybody who looked shady, any potential fossil smugglers or anybody like that. And we told them we hadn't, but we'd keep an eye out. And they were really nice. It was good to get a visit from them, to know that, that we're on the same side there. And they told us, they're like, keep this under your hat for right now, but we're in the middle of a major investigation about fossil theft and smuggling and that kind of thing. And this is an investigation that's now become public. 4 people accused of stealing and selling $1 million worth of dinosaur bones from southern Utah. Over 5 years, the defendants allegedly purchased, transported, and exported 150,000 pounds of fossilized materials. Yeah. So yeah. And Lena says, didn't they bring popsicles as well? No, that was in Wyoming. The BLM folks brought popsicles for us, which was really nice. Yeah. Yeah, it was later in Utah, about a month and a half later, that, maybe about a month later, that we got a visit from the actual, BLM police from the Moab field office, I think. Yeah. But yeah. The defendants have been charged with conspiracy and theft of property against the United States, because in the United States, fossils that are found on public land, if they are vertebrate fossils, the fossils of creatures with backbones, like these vertebral centra right there, these like tailbones, if they are vertebrate fossils and they're found on public land, they belong to the people of the United States. They are not for private sale or private ownership. They belong in a museum for scientific study and enjoyment by the public. Yeah, as well as multiple felony charges for violating the Federal Paleontological Resources Preservation Act, or PERPA for short. Yeah. Anyway, interesting stuff. Here's a link to that. Yeah. Lenina says, don't steal fossils. Not only is it illegal, but your 5-year-old self would be so disappointed in you. Agreed, Lenina. Yeah. But yeah. And Patrick Crusader. Yeah, isn't that pagan symbolism? But yeah, anyway. And exactly, Gojira. Oh, 1,000,000%. Always be nice to BLM people, the Bureau of Land Management folks. They get abuse from everyone. It's true. It's very true. And they have a really difficult job. They are not well funded. They're doing the best with what they've got. And they don't need any guff. Believe me. Between getting shot at by ranchers and getting yelled at by oil people and mining people and loggers and their state representatives and the people who want to defund them in various states and federal government and politicians and hikers and dog walkers and everybody else. BLM gets abuse on all sides. So be nice to your local Bureau of Land Management representative. Yeah. And Rebel Decibel, so I read somewhere, I think it might have been Quantum Magazine, that Darwin was wrong about something. I'm sure he was wrong about some things, Rebel Decibel. We all are. We're human beings. But one thing that I was really frustrated by, National Geographic had a cover story. I remember getting this at the time and being like, what? Was Darwin wrong? And then you open it up and... No. The evidence for evolution is overwhelming. This is the hard copy equivalent of clickbait. This is the traditional media equivalent of clickbait garbage here, Betteridge's Law of Headlines. There you go, Star King. Yeah, if there's a question, the answer is usually no. Yeah. Anyway, old Chucky D was, he made a tremendous number of predictions, and there were a few things that he was definitely wrong about, or his understanding was incomplete, but given that he lived at a time before things like DNA, before cladistics, before so many of our modern methods, the idea that he was able to get the vast majority of things correct and really build a framework that we still use to this very day is pretty incredible. Yeah. Here, let me find you a clip talking about that here. Let's see. That would be about here, I think.
All those marks are present on human chromosome number 2.
And yeah, here we go.
So the case is closed in a most beautiful way. And that is, the prediction of evolution of common ancestry is fulfilled by that lead pipe evidence that you see here, in terms of tying everything together. That our chromosome, formed by the fusion from our common ancestor, is chromosome number 2.
Yep.
Evolution has made a testable prediction, and it has passed.
So, modern genetics and molecular biology actually support evolutionary theory?
They support it in great detail. And the closer we can get to looking at the details of the human genome, the more powerful that evidence has become.
And so this is the thing. Well, by the way, this documentary is a wonderful one. We've watched this multiple times on this channel before. This is about a big, like, you know, science on trial moment in 2005 when some creationists were trying to get creationism taught in United States public schools in a school district in Dover, Pennsylvania. And there was this big old court case about it, and it was a big deal. Science won out in rather spectacular fashion. But yeah, I highly recommend this documentary if you've never seen it. I'll give you a link. Oh, Claire's probably got it there.
Know about molecular biology and DNA, yet that's where some of the most profound evidence is being uncovered today. Think about that. That somebody in the 1800s made predictions that are being confirmed in molecular biology labs today. That's a very profound statement of a very successful theory.
Not a single observation, not a single experimental result has ever emerged in 150 years that contradicts the general outlines of the theory of evolution. Any theory that can stand up to 150 years of contentious testing is a pretty darn good theory, and that's what evolution is.
Yep. Yeah.
And the deep understanding of evolution, as proposed by Darwin, has with genetics unlocked many of the secrets of life.
It's an explanatory framework within which all the rest of biology fits. Right?
Yep.
It's something that we use in practical biological applications.
And there you go, Kachuria.
Medicine, agriculture, industry. When you're getting a flu vaccine, that really depended upon evolutionary knowledge.
Yep.
In many, many specific ways, evolution makes a practical difference. It's not just something that happened in the past, evolution's happening now.
Yep.
So if evolution has stood up to all this scrutiny, what about intelligent design?
Oh,
does it play
spoiler
by the same rules?
It does not. It fails miserably. Intelligent design, it's like believing the earth is flat or something like that. It just runs completely counter to all of the evidence. So yeah. Anyway, good questions, Rebel Decibel. I appreciate those. Misadventures in Astros is probably the most successful scientific theory of all time. Yeah. I think I would agree. Yeah. At least one of them. I don't know. Might have physicists yell at me like, oh, gravity. But
let's protect our fossils, because if they're removed, America loses them forever.
And Soup Time, thank you very much for subscribing. Holy cow, I really appreciate that.
If they're removed, America loses forever.
Good stuff. Holy cow, do I appreciate that. Thank you, Soup Time. Thank you for helping keep me here on the air. Thank you for supporting science outreach here on Twitch. It makes a big difference to me and to the rest of the community. So thank you for that. Holy cow. Thanks for helping me keep the lights on here. Appreciate it. Kelladon K, how are you doing? Welcome. Yeah. And that's not... Yeah, I would agree with you, Mikey Likes. Yeah. Oh yeah, and Rhacodactylus. There have been pseudosciences like phrenology that have been, I guess, what is pseudoscience? At the time, a lot of people didn't consider phrenology pseudoscience, but nowadays we realize that it is. But yeah, anyway. It's good to see you, Rhacodactylus. Thank you again very, very much for sending me that paper. That's the reason why Belinda and I were able to talk about that Enantiornithian bird on yesterday's crossover stream was thanks to you, Rhacodactylus. So thank you for that. I really appreciate it. Yeah. And Rebel Decibel, absolutely. Yeah. We will be talking in depth about the vegetation, about the evolution of the flora of vegetation, the evolution of flowers in particular. We'll be talking about that next Thursday. We'll be starting early at like 11 a.m. to talk about the evolution of angiosperms, the evolution of flowering plants. And I just realized we don't have... Thursday BIRDSday. We don't have that on either of these. Yeah. And I don't know if it's really how it doesn't keep the vertical alignment near the way it should. But yeah, anyway. We'll be talking all about that on the 21st. Next Thursday, a week from today, we'll be talking all about the evolution of flowers. So yeah. Majestic Biscuit says paleobotany was mentioned in the first Jurassic Park book, and it is extraordinarily important. The study of fossil plants is absolutely vital for understanding, you know, the changes that our planet has undergone. Here's a little video from PBS Eons that I've not looked at before.
Chances are, if you've turned on a light bulb or a computer, you've harnessed the power of some very ancient and very strange trees. The vast majority of the electricity produced in human history has come from coal. And like all fossil fuels, coal is made from the remains of extinct organisms that have been exposed to millions of years of heat and pressure. But in the case of coal, these organisms consisted largely of some downright bizarre plants that once covered Earth from Colorado to China. Meet the lepidodendrales, also known as scale trees. Named for their scaly-looking bark, scale trees were tall plants topped with crowns of branches that sported long, narrow leaves. They thrived during the Carboniferous period from 299 million to 359 million years ago.
And let me show you where that would be in context. Carboniferous, or in the United States we say the Mississippian and the Pennsylvanian. We often subdivide it here. So we're up here today at the uppermost part of the Cenozoic era, the age of mammals. 66 million years ago was the extinction of the non-bird dinosaurs, and beyond that you get into the Mesozoic, the age of dinosaurs, the Cretaceous, the Jurassic, and the Triassic. Dinosaurs first evolved about 240 million years ago, probably within like the Ladinian stage of the Triassic, somewhere in there probably. First dinosaurs evolved. Before then you have the Permian, and then the Carboniferous period. Pennsylvanian and Mississippian, as we say here in the States. This is what we're talking about. So like 300 to like 350 million years ago, or thereabouts, are what we're talking about here. Yeah.
And they're tall plants topped with crowns of branches that sported long, narrow leaves. They thrived during the Carboniferous period from 299 million to 359 million years ago.
Oh, an
and
interesting
they're partly why we call the Carboniferous the Carboniferous. This period is named after the carbon-rich layers of sediment that formed from countless millions of scale trees, ferns, and other early plants that died, piled up, and fossilized. You know these layers as coal. During the Carboniferous, much of the Earth was covered in lush forests and swamps, and this is where scale trees flourished, sometimes growing as tall as a 15-story building. Their remains have been found throughout the northern hemisphere, but they're especially common in North America, where fossilized roots, trunks, and leaves have been found from almost every stage of the plant's life cycle. And because we know so much about the anatomy of these trees, we know that they were very different from the trees you and I know today. For one thing, they had no need for seeds. This is because scale trees were a type of plant called lycopods, which originated way back in the Silurian period, before seeds were even a thing. Some lycopods are still around today, like the low-lying...
So, I want to emphasize that as well. These are plants that are so old that they're around before the evolution of seeds. So, you know that old question, what came first, the chicken or the egg? What came first, the tree or the seed? Trees definitely came first. Seeds are a new innovation compared to what we call trees, you know? But yeah. And so these are plants that either reproduced via spores or via budding. I think it's via spores, but let's see. Yeah.
It's because scale trees were a type of plant called lycopods, which originated
Yeah,
way back in
bryophytes,
the
Neon, so
Silurian
yes,
period,
indeed.
before seeds
Yeah.
were even a thing. Some lycopods are still around today, like the
And Isoetes is the only surviving lineage of the scale trees. Like what they're showing here is a very different plane. Yeah, isn't this like a club moss right here? Diagonal? Let me copy that text and do a Google search for that. Oh, interesting. Huh. Isoetes. So not a huge plant. Oh, quillworts! Yes! I've heard of these before, yeah. Yeah. Very cool. Diagonal, very cool. Species virtually identical to modern quillworts have existed since the Jurassic epoch. Jurassic's not an epoch, it's a period. What? Although the timing of the origin of modern Isoetes is subject to considerable uncertainty. Interesting. And hello, Mini Pie. How are you doing? How are you doing, Minnie? Thanks for visiting us. How are things? Yeah, we're having a bit of a cat break here, Gojira. Yeah. What's shaking, Minnie? You having a good day? Yeah. Can I brush you a little bit? Would you let me do that? Would you let me do that? What do you think? Is that a yes? Oh, I think that's a yes. Okay. Let's get some of that excess fur. Yeah, that's some good brushing. It's getting warmer outside, isn't it? So I hope this feels good. Yeah.
The biggest question of all surrounding the dinosaurs is why?
It's a good question indeed. Tom Nicholas,
Tom and
welcome.
Mr. Nicholas and their 45 raiders have arrived to ask exactly that question.
Welcome, Tom Nicholas and Raiders. How did your stream go? It is wonderful to have you here. Welcome. Yeah. The Goodleman, how are you doing? Welcome to Paleontologizing. Goodleman says cat. Sharp eyes there. Yes, indeed. We're having a temporary cat blackout right there. Let's bring forth our cat cam here. Oh, hang on. It's not working as well as it should. Give me a second here. There we go. Yeah. There you go, Mini Pie. Anyway, how was your stream, Tom Nicholas? I hope it was really good. You caught us right in the middle of a feline encounter here. This is one of my feline overlords. This is Mini Pie right here. And Mini Pie probably wants a treat apart from just some attention. So I will be administering that shortly. Oh, Mini. Did you appreciate that? Anyway, how was your stream, Tom Nicholas? Tell me about it. What did you get up to? Yeah. Oh, Mini Pie. How about we get that treat for you, huh? Did you like that? Let's get that treat for you. Yeah. Right into the camera. Tom Blueswagen with his redactyl skills. I don't know what that is, but it sounds interesting. Paul Quantum Fire, welcome to Paleontologizing. There you go. Oh, good girl, Minnie. Let me give you another one. Yeah, there you go. Right there. Yeah. Did you just swallow that whole Mini Pie? You're supposed to chew them. You're supposed to chew them, Mini Pie. My goodness. You're supposed to chew those. It's not good to swallow them whole. Give yourself indigestion. That's what your teeth are for. You're a mammal. You've got wonderful teeth. You know?
The dinosaurs had not died, perhaps in some catastrophe. No reason to think dinosaurs wouldn't still be here, wouldn't still be dominating the Earth.
And we wouldn't be here. It's true, Paul Quantum Fire. Thank you for the follow. Welcome, welcome, everybody, to Paleontologizing. Yeah, it's good to have you here. And I think this might be a wonderful opportunity to bring forth a good friend of ours, somebody we call Previously Recorded, Danny, to kind of introduce you to the channel, tell you what this whole enterprise is all about, and what in the world a paleontologist is doing here on Twitch. So without further ado, let's get one more shout out for Tom Nicholas right there. Thank you again for your raid. I really appreciate it. And here he is sneaking up behind us. I'm going to leave you in the very capable hands of Previously Recorded Danny for a minute here. So Previously Recorded Danny, take it away.
Well, thanks, present day Danny.
Well, if you happen to be new around here, then welcome to Paleontologizing.
You may well be wondering to yourself, well, if this is Twitch, then where are the video games? To level with you here, I don't really do much in the way of video games. I'm a paleontologist. My name is Danny Anduza, and dinosaurs are my area of study. But how in the world does a paleontologist end up on Twitch? Well, you're about to find out.
When I finished high school, I moved to Montana and immediately started work at the Museum of the Rockies, which at the time was an unparalleled powerhouse of paleobiology. That program was built by this guy.
Famed paleontologist Alan Grant.
Well, kind of.
You consulted on that movie.
I did consult on all those
and they
movies.
said that the guy Alan Grant was you.
Yes. Yeah, well, fortunately, he didn't get eaten.
Meet Jack Horner, the real-life Alan Grant. He's one of the most prominent and controversial paleontologists in the country, a dyslexic MacArthur Foundation genius who never finished college and who says he doesn't care why dinosaurs went extinct. To him, the important part is how they lived.
It was at Museum of the Rockies, under the auspices of Jack Horner, that I learned how to be a dinosaur paleontologist. And a huge part of that I learned by working with Jack's final graduate student, a guy by the name of Denver Fowler, who would later go on to become curator of the Badlands Dinosaur Museum. Working with Denver, I did summer after summer of fieldwork in the remote Badlands of Montana. Together, we dug up more dinosaurs than we knew what to do with, at fossil sites numbering in the hundreds. In 2012, I discovered a new species of ceratopsian dinosaur, hopefully soon to be published. The next year, we excavated the world's smallest and youngest Tyrannosaurus rex. Then, we dug up a brand new ankylosaur.
Montana's news leader.
5 paleontologists are excavating what looks to likely be a new species of armored dinosaur.
So we found its head, and we found parts of its armor and plates, and so it should be a new species.
Not bad, right? Well, anyway, much like my fieldwork, my research also focuses on dinosaurs.
For example, here's Triarchunkus, the last of the Alvarezsaurs, just published in July of 2020.
One of my current projects focuses on Spinosaurids. I can't really talk too much about that until it's a little bit closer to publication, so stay tuned for that.
Anyway, let's get back to how I ended up on Twitch. A couple years ago, things in Montana were declining rapidly, so I picked up and moved on to greener pastures. I'm so glad I did.
And with that new perspective, I also realized that I have very little patience with the soul-crushing bureaucracy within academia. So for the time being anyway, I decided to take my career in a slightly different direction.
I got hired for a job in early childhood education. As a teacher, I get to have a positive impact on kids' lives and help them find a passion for science. Then, when COVID-19 showed up, the school had to close. But that didn't stop the teaching or the learning. We just moved online.
All right, friends. So we're going to be looking at a book in a little bit, but I thought we'd start off with a song. 3, 2, 1. Oh, give me a home
where the hadrosaurs roamed, where triceratops bellowed and grazed, where erosion uncovers bones we seek to discover, for to strike the whole world amazed. Home, home, home on the range, where the deer and the antelope play, where sails always heard a discouraging word, and the skies are not cloudy all day. It was a pretty easy jump from teaching online to streaming on Twitch. I had my first broadcast in May, and I've been on here ever since. Now, I believe pretty strongly that any good scientist should also be a public servant. In my opinion, talking to everyday people about her science is one of the most important things that a researcher can do. I now have a golden opportunity to reach out directly to people where they are.
This is what I'm all about. And now, thanks to Twitch, I get to share it with you. And I'm so happy to be able to do so.
It's my intention to continue this mission of education by answering your questions, providing good science content, and working to grow this channel. And if you could help by following, or if you could afford it, by subscribing, I would be deeply grateful.
So anyway, to my regular viewers, thank you again for sitting through this. To everybody who's new, welcome. I'm genuinely, earnestly glad that you're here. And I hope you stick around. We've got a remarkable little community here, and I'd be delighted if you join us. Anyway, let's go ahead and get back into it. So, present day Danny, back to you.
Well, thank you very much, previously recorded Danny. And of course, thank you even more to Tom Nicholas for that raid again. Here, let's start this song over, because I know Racodactylus was excited about it. Yeah, as Claire Burr pointed out, a lot has changed since I made that video, and I'm working on some new welcome videos. It's taken a long time. Video editing takes forever. But a lot's changed since then. I'm no longer teaching full-time, except here on Twitch, I guess. This whole channel really took off to the point where this has become my full-time job, and I am incredibly grateful that this community has made that possible. Likewise, we've done a bunch of field work since then, and live streamed a bunch of it. We're going to be live streaming even more of it this next summer. I'm going to be having more live streams direct from the field, like we did last summer. Like with, Nice, wow. Yeah. Like with here, for instance.
Like a 4-minute stream. Alright, I think we're live. Let's check.
Yeah. This is my very first stream from the field this past summer, around the campfire. We just set up camp.
I want to set up I think it... Yeah, we're live. Okay. Welcome, everybody. I don't think anybody's actually going to be here yet. Normally, I've got like a starting soon screen and everything, but I haven't had time to set that up yet after they changed some of the software.
There's Fisher right there, closest to the camera. In the blue jacket.
Oh, there we go. Yeah, we're live. Excellent. Well, it'll take a minute before anybody really shows up in the chat. The camp and everything. Paleontologizing. We're here in western Wyoming right now, kind of near the town of Green River, and we just had our first day in the field today after setting up camp and everything, and we're feeling pretty good. So, yeah.
Stream.
Yeah, we're just going to kind of hang out, and if anybody's got any questions or anything, don't be shy.
This was a ton of fun.
If it's anybody's very first time here, let me introduce myself real quick. My name is Danny Anduza. I'm a dinosaur paleontologist. Stream here on Twitch.
Usually serious game of paleontology.
And Micro Jays, thank you for the follow. Welcome to Paleontologizing. Good to have you here.
5 days a week, but the schedule's a bit more, a bit different while I'm out in the field this summer. But yeah. How are we doing audio visually right now? Is this too quiet, too loud? I can adjust the volume. But yeah, how was yesterday's shopping? Tommy Ploticus wants to know.
It was a blast.
I think it went pretty well. Yeah, and we got almost everything. Oh, Fisher, I got your peanut butter.
Let's go.
Yeah.
Yours too.
Did you want chunky or creamy peanut butter?
I'm a creamy kind of guy.
I am too.
But
and that's also all they had. Yeah.
Okay, but I don't complain.
Yeah.
So.
Nice.
We had, our working hypothesis was that because we didn't know which. Sorry about that.
What was
I had
that?
a little emergency Amber Alert thing. Our working hypothesis was that some people may hate crunchy, but there's no one on the earth who would say no to.
Right. Because what is crunchy peanut butter but just creamy with
chunks, right?
Chunks in it?
Exactly.
Yeah, yeah. If you wanted the chunkiest of peanut butter, you'd just get a bag of peanuts, I guess. Yeah.
Anyway, riveting discussion. Acnin Earth, thank you for the follow. Welcome to Paleontologizing. I'm going to be joining this same crew of paleontologists and volunteers this next summer out in Wyoming. Although I don't think Nick Longarch will be out with us again, but there will be other paleontologists joining us.
Pretty awesome.
Yeah.
You look for bits of bone like that exposed on the surface. And that's how we discover a dinosaur.
That would be a great clip, actually. Shoot. I'm working on clipping some of these and turning them into some cold open videos as well. Anyway, I was talking with Ethan a little bit before I started streaming today. Let's find another clip with Ethan here.
And I'm here out in the field doing what dinosaur paleontologists do during the summer in North America. We go out and we dig for dinosaurs. So that's what I'm doing out here in western Wyoming. And Zorox 88 is first today. How are you doing, Zorox?
And
and there's the reason that we can broadcast from out here. That is the Starlink, like I showed you last night. There it is again. Yeah. And here is our makeshift supply tent that Adam kind of jury-rigged together, and it's working beautifully so far. Hey guys, how's it going?
Hey, how's it going?
Yeah.
Happy stream.
Some tomatoes.
You caught the last round of tomatoes.
Beautiful.
Going into the pot. Bam.
Nice.
You got the last one.
So there's Ethan, our fearless leader. So I just spoke with Ethan today. We're going to be out in Wyoming at the very end of May and digging up dinosaurs and streaming too through June. If you would like to help fund us in this camp, like this, what we called our cooking tent, got completely destroyed last year in some storms. It was actually missing some pieces and we couldn't put it up properly. And oh boy, so we need to get another one of those and some other stuff. And Ethan just sent to me a wish list of different items that we can use for the field. And so if you would like to help contribute to our enterprise this summer, helping find new dinosaurs in the late Cretaceous Almond Formation of western Wyoming, we could really use some of this gear. And so what I'm going to do right now is, let's give this a try and hope this works. Your list and help. Share your list. Ethan might have to set this to shared, actually, in order to get this to work. Because it might be, it's private right now. Here, let me text him. Or here, I can just type it here if I open up texts on my phone. looks like you just set it to public. Before I can share it. And let me give him a link to how that works. Set Amazon wishlist to public. Cool. Yeah. Excellent. And once he gets back to me about that, I can set up a command here. Yeah. But yeah, give me the link. There's still a little cash in there, says Gojira. I'm working on getting it public. But yeah. Yeah, here, back to here.
That one's for you.
All right, so tell us what we're having tonight.
We're having a little bit of pasta, penne, with a little bit of red sauce.
Beautiful.
A little bit of ham burger, and a little bit of veggie burger for Danny.
Very nice. That's a lot of veggie burger. Wow.
Two whole circles.
I'm gonna eat all of that, and it's gonna be great. Yeah.
If you like
Only
it.
vegetarian.
I might have overcooked it.
No, you really can't ruin that stuff. It's But
2 whole circles. I know. Yeah. Yeah.
People are saying hello, scientists.
Hello.
So yeah, we had a pretty good day today. We'll probably talk about that in a little bit.
I love our camp here too. The
So again, there's the supply tent.
just the surrounding environment, like we are just in this sandstone wonderland here. It's a really neat place to be able to camp, and it's partly sheltered from the wind, which is really cool.
There is my tent, which is ridiculously large.
I might actually get a smaller tent for this year. We'll see.
But it's basically like an office, you know? I figure if I'm going to be out in the field for 2 or 3 months out of every year for the foreseeable future, I might as well get myself a decent-sized tent. And here we go.
And it's more than decent size. It's frankly a little too big.
Oops.
Yeah.
We're good. So it's
How
kinda
far away are
nice
the
to get
vehicles?
the
They're
first
about a quarter-mile away. Wombat
little
hole.
desk.
Yeah.
Did bring the ukulele. That is here. And then here is one of my chairs. So yeah, it is a horrid mess right now. But later on in the summer, I'll get things properly organized, and we'll do some streams from inside the tent. We'll probably have some rain days.
I didn't end up doing these streams
at
from
some
inside
point
the
here.
tent.
And so I'll try and do some streams from inside the tent, using my laptop and everything else. Maybe we'll do some fossil news roundups and some good old-fashioned Q&A and that kind of thing. You know. And the tent is massive. Holy cow, Lenina. It is pretty gigantic. Yeah.
Ethan's tent there? He put his
I've
tent
got it
right next to
here,
my tent.
Next to this little rock promontory. This is one of the very few places I could find where the ground is level enough for 14 feet by 10 feet.
The tent's too
Yeah,
big.
we've got
I
this
might
rock
need to
as
get a
nice
new one
windbreak
for this.
here.
But I've been saving up. I've been saving up.
So hopefully that works as intended.
I'll see you later,
There's some
Dinosaur Dave.
Crazy strong winds that come through this part of the world. And people's tents have just been shredded.
Destroyed.
So,
yeah.
Cross their fingers that doesn't happen to me.
And it did happen to me later on in the summer. In Utah, though, not in Wyoming. But yeah, my tent got partially destroyed by inclement weather. But nothing that can't be salvaged.
How is it? Nice.
Hey, Alexander Morris,
Let's
it's 14
see.
by 10 better than 10 by 10? We'll see.
Maybe
I might get a smaller one for this year.
Do I tempt fate and set it up on the woodpile? Nah. Let's just put it right over here.
No trees fall on you at least? Yeah, there's no trees in this area. What do you mean trees? There's no trees in this part of the world. There, baling wire. There you go, Lenina. Yeah, yeah. Mechanics wire. One of my go-to
See how that
items.
framing is.
Got some? Oh, yeah. I've got none of mine.
So let's get into the intros here.
A deal break.
I lived in this time and place in Wyoming.
Here we go.
Not all of it's the stuff you'd go to a museum to see. Rock teeth, if our dreams are.
Yeah.
So that's means.
So Nick's trying to make a fire right now.
We found.
Not trying, succeeding, I'll say.
There it is. Nice. We found where Nick's plausible ceratopsian skull is going into the ground.
Yeah.
So that means there's a good chance that we have more of the skull of this dinosaur.
Awesome.
Which means.
And that there's an extremely good chance that's going to be not just a new species, but a new genus of ceratopsian dinosaur. Although when we're talking about dinosaurs, let's be honest, genera and species are often synonymous. Most dinosaur genera are monospecific. But, yeah, a new kind of ceratopsian dinosaur. Ceratopsians are critters like this. Like Anchiceratops. In fact, our ceratopsian might be pretty darn similar to this critter right here, Anchiceratops. Exciting. Exciting stuff. Yeah. Yeah.
That alone, if it's what we think it is, and if it's relatively in good shape, it means it would make the entire trip justified, even if we found nothing else.
Yeah. Pretty excellent.
That's good news.
Because it's gonna be new. I mean, yeah, we don't have a ceratopsian from this horizon yet.
Tomorrow we'll see if our dreams are.
There you go, Charlie's Dragon Wombat Hole. Yeah, ceratopsians. Yes, indeed.
I haven't checked. I haven't wanted to.
Ceratopsians.
I'm gonna go get some dinner, but yeah.
Yeah, sure. Feel free.
Just talk about Quinn's microsite too. That's exciting stuff.
Yeah. Tell me what you found.
On top of finding a turtle, which was in pretty good condition, but so that was reassuring because no one else saw the site yesterday other than me. Turned out to be like a microbiome site with a lot of extra stuff in there.
Yeah.
Fish teeth, gar, scales, and
Utani PL.
Prehistoric horrors. What's all this archaic and...
Welcome to Paleontologizing. It's good to have you here. Yeah. That reminds me of Wayland Utani. Company I used to work for. Yeah. There you go. Yeah. Didn't enjoy that very much. You know? Anyway, thank you, Utani PL, for the follow. Welcome to Paleontologizing. Jokes aside, I'm glad you're here, and we're watching a little clip from one of my live streams from last June. We're going to be in the same area digging up dinosaurs with some of the same people this year, and I'm very excited about that. And we're kind of waiting on an update to the Amazon wish list. And actually, while we're watching this, maybe I can work on that.
Croc teeth.
Hang on a second. Is it a wish list? Let's see. More. How do I share this confounded thing? Let's see. I guess maybe it was just a link there.
We found the tooth of a skate, kind of like a ray thing. So we basically doubled the number of creatures known from this formation in 10 minutes. Pretty sweet.
Pretty impressive.
Not all of it's the stuff you'd go to a museum to see, like big dinosaurs and stuff. Some of it's just stuff that gets fit on the head of a pin can be the most important things you find sometimes. And so this is going to help us learn about all the different aspects of the ecosystem other than dinosaurs. It's pretty exciting.
Really exciting, yeah. Yeah, can we maybe explain the concept of a faunal list and
contribute
what that means for a formation for the viewers at home?
Sure.
Yeah.
It's basically like a cast in a movie. Once the credits roll, you see starring so-and-so, extras, these people. So a faunal list is the list of organisms that are known to occur in a certain formation, a certain age of rock in a certain place. So what we're doing is filling out the cast of characters that lived in this time and place in Wyoming 73 million years ago. And we know virtually nothing about which actors were around back then.
I like that analogy. That works really well, I think. Yeah.
These actors were unpaid, and I'm sure some of them were harmed in the making of this film.
All of them were.
But yeah.
Let's see.
And yeah, Kodali, yeah, exactly. Filling in the ecosystem. Trying to figure out what kinds of critters were here. Because every single organism gives us a clue as to what this environment would have been like. You know, you're not going to find crocodiles, for instance, in an area that's, you know, freezing tundra or something like that. There's a bunch of different ways that you can figure out what the ancient environment would have been like in a certain place. And, you know, the biota, especially the animals there, they could be a really important clue. That and the flora, you know, looking at the plants. But we don't really have any plant people on our crew. We're focusing on the animals for this. So.
Oh, and that has changed, apparently. We've got a very prominent plant person who is very interested in describing some plant fossils that we will collect this next summer. And, yeah, and it doesn't... I know, Murph, that doesn't work. I'm waiting on Ethan to make the list public, and then it will work, hopefully. Should be the same link afterward. But yeah, and not even true crocodilians either. Yeah, I guess true crocodilians is just genus Crocodilus and its relatives, right, Alexander Morrison? That wouldn't even include alligatorids, I think. Yeah, that is the thing, Alexander Morrison. Here's a dirty secret for us vertebrate paleontologists, especially those of us who work in the Mesozoic. When we're talking about crocodilomorphs from the Mesozoic, usually we just say crocodilians when we really mean crocodilomorphs. But yeah. But yeah. Mesozoic, am I right? Neurorhynchidactylids. Yeah. Zeo Duke, there's not going to be much archaeology at a site like that, because it would be another 73 million years until we evolve, so there's not going to be many human artifacts in the rocks that we're digging in. But yeah, I know the link is not working, Harry. I just wanted to see if the command would work. I'm waiting on Ethan to make the link public. And crocodilia includes alligators, does it? Okay. Huh. Wait, but we do have alligatorids from the Cretaceous, so those would be crocodilians if that's the case. Crocodilia. Yeah. They first appeared 94 million years ago in the late Cretaceous. Yeah, so we would have crocodilians at this site. I think we might have alligatorids, things like Borealisuchus and Brachychampsa. I think we might have both of those. Maybe even Lydiasuchus at here. Borealisuchus is a crocodiliform, okay. Not a crocodilian, but what about Brachychampsa? as an extinct genus of alligatoroid, possibly a basal caiman. And alligatoroids are a superfamily of crocodilians. So we do have some crocodilians there, even if some of the crocodilomorphs are not crocodilians per se. So yeah. And thank you, Rosand. Yeah, we will do Metazoa as well. Yeah. Anywho, yeah. But yeah. And Bandit says, do you guys ever find human remains? No. Like recent ones? We would be calling the sheriff if we did. If you're talking about human skeletal remains or other bodily remains, then yeah. But we do find all kinds of human artifacts, I suppose, that are more recent. Shotgun shells, rifle bullet casings, old Coca-Cola cans, and pieces of barbed wire, and I found animal traps before, like, trapper traps that are made of iron, like a fur trapper would use, stuff like that. Yeah. Homo mobsterus, yeah. Forget about it. This thing of ours. Yeah. Human trash. Why did I read that as human teeth, Murph? If we're finding a bunch of human teeth at a site, that's probably not a good thing. Thankfully, we've never found that. Yeah, and buckets. Yeah, Lenina. Yeah, we might be excavating that bucket this year, actually. An old Barnum Brown left there. Yeah. But yeah. Anyway. Homo literus. Yeah, there you go, Serafina. Yeah.
How's the pasta? Yeah, how is it?
Oh, I really like it. This is great.
Veggie burger's good?
Definitely. Thank you.
Veggie lumps?
And the tomatoes diced up in there, they
see
definitely
them,
had some
capiche?
texture.
Roxanne didn't see nothing. Understand? Yeah.
And thank you, D. Maxwell, for the support.
Oh, an interesting
Appreciate
Alexander
those
Morrison.
episodes.
Yeah. Oh.
Yeah.
What's the most interesting thing you ever found there, Alexander Morrison? That sounds like a wild kind of job.
Baco wants to know, how cold is it there? Those jackets are making me hot. It's kind of chilly. Yeah.
I'm gonna wear some. I've got to bring some long pants for next year. That's got to be on my list because I didn't realize how chilly it was gonna be in the early evening and throughout the night in Wyoming in June, late May and June this year. Oh man, it got down to like 40, or I think it maybe even dropped down toward 30 degrees Fahrenheit, which is about 0 degrees Fahrenheit. Excuse me, 0 degrees Celsius. 30 Fahrenheit is 0 or maybe 1 degree below 0 Celsius. It gets cold there at night. Yeah.
Chilly, yeah.
I think the high today was around 13 Celsius.
13 Celsius for everybody who uses, metric.
Good on you, Fisher. Yeah.
What are you guys' feelings on metric versus Fahrenheit, or Celsius versus Fahrenheit?
Always Celsius.
Yeah.
Fisher's a Celsius guy.
Uh-huh.
I never learned Celsius in school, so I have to like run a conversion in my head.
Having 0 be freezing just kind of makes sense. I've heard somebody say once that, like, trying to explain what the different scales are good for. It's like Fahrenheit is how people feel, Celsius is how water feels, Kelvin is how atoms feel, I think.
That's pretty cool.
It's an oversimplification, but yeah.
Harry Vetch says, why does it get so cold at night? Because... Well, shoot, this is what we call a continental climate in a place like Wyoming. So, Wyoming is up here in the center of the United States. It's very far from the coast, In fact, this is not a good map for that. Why am I using this unfortunate map? That one will be a little bit better. Wyoming right here is in the center of the continent. And so this is what we call continental climate in here. It doesn't have... There's not a large body of water nearby to kind of regulate the temperature and keep things relatively the same nighttime and daytime. Water has got a very, very high specific heat. And so if you've got a large body of water nearby, water takes a tremendous amount of energy to heat up or to cool down. Much more so than air does. And so if you're near the coast, your temperatures are going to be kind of more steady day and night. You're not going to have huge temperature fluctuations in the daytime and the nighttime. But if you're in the center of a continent, like in the state of Wyoming, you can get huge temperature fluctuations. It might be close to 100 degrees Fahrenheit, like 40 degrees Celsius during the day, and it might drop down close to freezing at night. I wonder if we can find a decent video about this. Continental climate. Let's try this. NG Science. Let's see if this is any good. It's a short one.
Continental climates are found far away from oceans, usually in the middle of continents.
Like Wyoming. Yeah.
They have very clear
There go
changes
Gojira,
in
yeah.
temperature between seasons.
Yep.
In these areas, summers can be very hot, but then winters can be super cold. Compared to tropical and temperate climates, places with continental climates usually have less rainfall.
Yep.
Most of the rain happens during the summer, but when it gets colder in the winter, instead of rain, it can snow.
It can snow. It can snow.
The big differences between hot summers and cold winters, along with its unique rain and snow patterns, make the continental climate special.
I bet you that was
Plants
from
and
New Zealand,
animals
Mayor
living in
Space.
these areas have adapted to handle these extreme changes.
Diagonal says the one time I camped in Wyoming was in July, and they had frost overnight the week before. There you go. Yeah, shoot. My first summer in Montana, my first summer doing field work, it snowed, I think it was like June 15th or something like that. And then a week or two later, we were... Actually, no, it was after that. No, it might have been like July. It might have been early July. No, it was June. It's like mid-June. It was like June 15th or something. It snowed. And that snow turned into hail. And, yeah, and then it was like 100 degrees the next day. Or a couple days after. That's a classic continental climate for you. You know, you get big fluctuations in temperature. That was really short, but let's see. You know what? No, that might be the best one we're going to find, actually. Wait, 3 types of continental climate? What's this? Oh, this is like a class project. Let's see if this is any good. Alexander Morrison says, couldn't pay me to live in those conditions. Yeah, you're a Florida man, right, Alexander Morrison? Yeah, yeah. Florida does have beautiful weather, if you like rain and sunshine.
The Great Plains of the Northern Continents. Lands of hot summers, but cold winters. The breadbaskets of the developed world. They are also home to many great cities.
Some of the stock footage is
and are
incorrect.
the heartlands for the 2 largest countries on Earth. In a band encircling the Earth of the mid-latitudes.
Anyway, yeah. You get the idea. Continental climates. That's why we get these crazy fluctuations in temperature in places like this. You know? Yeah. And why do deserts get cold at night? Yes, Ronland, that will be useful, I think. Why do deserts get so cold at night? Temperatures in the Sahara can drop an average of 75 degrees Fahrenheit, 42 degrees Celsius overnight. If you're taking a day trip to the Sahara in North Africa, you're going to want to bring a lot of water and plenty of sunscreen. But if you're planning to stay the night, then you better bring a snug sleeping bag too. Because temperatures in the Sahara can plummet once the sun sets from an average of 100 degrees Fahrenheit as a high, 38 Celsius, during the day to an average low of 25 degrees Fahrenheit, -4 degrees Celsius during the night, according to NASA. So why does this dramatic temperature shift happen in arid deserts like the Sahara, or indeed in places like Wyoming? How do native animals and plants deal with such wild extremes? Well, they wear still suits, and they walk without rhythm. No. The reason that arid deserts, dry regions covering about 35% of Earth's land, get so hot and subsequently so cold is a combination of two key factors: sand and humidity. Unlike a thermos, sand doesn't retain heat very well. You know what does is water. Like I was talking about. These are often inland areas as well.
This is where it really fits.
And Manuman, how are you doing? Welcome to Paleontologizing. Thank you for that follow. How are you doing? It's good to have you here. Yeah. When heat and light from the sun hit a sandy desert, sand grains in the desert's top layer absorb and also release heat back into the air, according to a 2008 report from NASA's Jet Propulsion Laboratory in Pasadena. Of course they do. During the day, sand's radiation of the sun's energy superheats the air and causes temperatures to soar. But at night, most of the heat in the sand quickly radiates into the air, and there is no sunlight to reheat it, leaving the sand and its surroundings colder than before. But yeah, also having dry air, it's that lack of water in the air, the extreme lack of humidity. So water has what we call a very high specific heat. Yeah. Here, let's take a look at this, maybe. This be any good? As the burner warms up, energy is being added to the system. Energy is being added, first used to break hydrogen bonds. Yes. Oh, is this going to talk about water boiling? It takes a tremendous amount of energy to boil water. It's true. But that same principle there is one of the reasons why areas that are near water, coastal regions, tend to not be as up and down in their temperatures as the inland areas are. Yeah. Let's try this. Why is water used in hot water bags?
As tall as a two-story building, he could kill almost anything that crossed his path.
Woo,
Goodness.
still here learning new stuff.
Executive Storm, thank you for the 43 months of support. Holy cow, please spare us your killing prowess, Executive Storm. Thank you for the 43 months of support there. I really, really appreciate that. Good stuff. Here. No. Oh, this is what we want. Specific heat of water versus land experiment. Yes. Yeah. Okay, this is just somebody screen recording like a... Anyway, the temperature for the land here heats up way faster than the water does. But then when you turn the lamps off, that heat plummets right there. And this is actually a beautiful representation of how things work in places like Wyoming or Montana or Utah. These inland areas like that, when you're far away from the ocean, you know, if you've got all this ocean water here, that ocean water maintains a pretty steady temperature. And that influences the temperature of the air and the temperature of the, you know, your local weather systems and stuff. But on land, that temperatures heat up during the day, and then at night, when you turn off the light, it just plummets again. That's basically what we're looking at here, you know? Yeah. You lose heat something like 20 times faster in water compared to air. Well, that's different, Charlie's Dragon. That's very, very different. You're talking about like a human body with water absorbing heat from you. The thing is, water has a tremendous capacity for absorbing heat, but then it retains that heat really well after it's been absorbed. So yeah. There's also water vapor in the air, and there's more of it in humid areas near the coast, near the ocean. When you're in a place like, when you're in a place like Wyoming, you know, that's pretty far inland. Wyoming famously has very, very dry air compared to the coast, compared to, of course, where I live, in the beautiful sunny San Francisco Bay Area. We have got all kinds of water vapor here. Because look at all of that beautiful water down there in San Francisco Bay. High humidity here in the Bay Area. Because we're right here on the coast, you know? We've got the largest ocean in the world, the Pacific Ocean, right there. Just evaporating all kinds of water vapor into the ocean. Not so for Wyoming. Wyoming's pretty far from any oceans. Shoot. So it's got very dry air. Yeah. Rusty Guy says the coldest winter I ever spent was a summer in San Fran. You know, Mark Twain never actually said that, Rusty Guy. From Snopes.com, Mark Twain on the coldest winter. A ridiculous number of jokes, witty retorts, and words of wisdom have also been falsely attributed to America's most famous humorist. Mark Twain once asserted the coldest winter I ever spent was a summer in San Francisco. False! False! Incorrect. Yeah. Searches of Twain's writings, private letters, and other publications fail to locate this witticism. Anyway. Here's a link in case you want to read that. We have a thing in science. I remember learning about this before, but really having the point be hammered home in geography class. I took some geography classes in undergrad, and how do we classify climates? Here, take a look at this. This is pretty neat.
I'm pretty sure every cuisine in the world has embraced the potato.
Oh, yeah.
From this simple root vegetable.
And now we're going to talk about potatoes. I hope you chat. Now, it will tie back to climates, but, oh man, I love me some potatoes. Good stuff. La papa in Spanish. Not to be confused with el papa, which is the Pope. Be very, very careful anytime you are ordering in a Spanish language establishment. You don't get those mixed up, or you might be at once engaging in cannibalism and starting a religious war.
We get latkes, gnocchi, salchipapas, poutine, potato chips, and ooh, those creamy yet crisp potato gratin with butter and cheese and a sprinkle of salt on top. I'm sorry, what were we talking about? The potato has many claims to fame around the world, from the devastating Irish potato famine of the 1840s
Claro
to
que
the
sí,
salty
Gojira.
magnificence of French fries. But this humble tuber originated neither in Ireland nor France.
It's from
It was
Peru.
domesticated, the process
Yeah.
of adapting plants and animals for human use, about 7,000 to 9,000 years ago near Lake Titicaca, now on the border of Bolivia and Peru in the central
Yep.
Andean highlands, where it's known as Mama Jatha, the mother of growth. So as geographers, we ask, Why were potatoes domesticated here and not anywhere else? The story involves the ideal conditions needed for growing potatoes, how climates change across space, and the ingenuity of the Andean farmers. So today, we're going to go bananas about potatoes. I'm Alize Carrere, and this is Crash Course Geography.
Oh boy, and oh man, if I do end up spending some time in the great state of Idaho in May, then I'm sure we'll be talking a lot about potatoes. Idaho is often known as the potato state. I might be digging up some dinosaurs in Idaho in the month of May, provided there's not too much snow on the ground. This actually still ties into our discussion here. Whether or not I'm able to dig up dinosaurs in Idaho in May will depend on whether or not there is snow on the ground there, which ties into weather and climate systems and all that good stuff. So, anyway, let's watch this. Oh, and I should ask in the chat, what is your favorite potato dish, chat? What is your favorite dish that involves potatoes? I'll have to think about mine, but yeah.
Worldwide, the potato is one of the most calorically important food crops, along with corn, wheat, and rice. It's the cornerstone of food security for millions
Potatoes
of
au
people.
gratin.
Like in
Oh,
2019
interesting,
alone, we
Lordy.
produced 371 million tons of potatoes worldwide, which is like 96 pounds of potatoes per person. Today, the top producers of potatoes are China, India, Ukraine, Russia, and the US, but potatoes are still integral to their South American homeland. Somewhere between 2,000 and 4,000 varieties of potatoes are grown along the length of the Andes mountain chain. Different crops need...
You know, I gotta say, my favorite potato dish that I have ever had was my friend Christian, who used to live here in the Bay Area. He got this like pizza oven that he used. Let's see. And it looked just like this. I think this was it right here. Yeah. And he would make these like homemade pizzas in there. And he made this incredible pizza that had very, very thin slices of potato on top. It was like potato and feta and goat cheese, and I think even a little bit of blue cheese on there. And potatoes. And oh my goodness. It was one of the best pizzas I have ever eaten. I still think about it sometimes. Yeah. So, anyway, we have potato pizzas in Michigan. Oh, very cool, Moose. Yeah. Anyway. Yeah. Here. We talked about the, Idaho Potato Museum last week.
Jonathan Lee Rich is investigating Idaho Potato Museum.
Yeah, I've been here before, and look, right there in the lobby, they've got, holy cow, this is actually what first brought me to the museum. Whoa, no, I'm kidding. It's the pressed penny machine right there. Yeah, that is what originally brought me to this museum in the first place. And you know what? I wasn't disappointed. It's a lovely little museum. Yeah. And look, she's dressed in a paleontologist's finest attire. What were we talking about earlier in the stream today? We were talking about, of course, only the finest of fabrics, which we as paleontologists use in the field. I believe the French call it burlap. Burlap? Yes. Only the finest material. Like this. Yes, you'll see plenty of this stuff during this summer. Yeah. And she is wearing a dress made of it right there. Is that Marilyn Monroe? la la. Yeah. In Australia, we say Hessian sack.
What's this? Potato sack.
Oh, wait, what? The famous potato sack photo was taken in Los Angeles on October 6, 1952, by Earl Thiessen, photographer for Look magazine, and likely arranged by 20th Century Fox. Marilyn Monroe, well, ding, 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 I got that right. Born Norma Jean Mortensen. Why did she change her name? That's so beautiful. Norma Jean Mortensen. Sorry. She was 26 years old when this photo was taken. This was one of several poses taken of her wearing the potato sack dress during the studio session. And my goodness, she pulled it off. Not literally, of course. Figuratively speaking. How did they get that hourglass figure there? That is really kind of the key to this, I feel. Anyway, maybe we should do a burlap fashion show this summer on stream. We'll see. And Yogurt Garrel is here. How are you doing? Yogurt Garrel, I feel like, as glamorous as you are, you could also kind of pull this off. That look right there. Not many people could. But yeah, potato sack. How would I wear a potato sack? How would that work best, chat? Yeah. I don't know. Maybe a bandolier or something like that? Like a caveman Tarzan style? A loincloth? Oh no. What have I got myself into? Shoot. Let's continue. Yeah. Potato sack shirt, Charlie's Dragon? Yeah. Anyway, this is the Idaho Potato Museum. I suppose there's a non-zero chance I might stream from here this summer if I end up doing field work in Wyoming.
I'm looking at your cool gift shop. This is cool stuff.
I regret not getting a t-shirt here.
Museum in Idaho for potatoes? Yeah.
Anyway, back to potatoes and
different
climates.
temperatures, precipitation, and soil conditions to thrive, which brings us to an important.
And Harry says, I don't see any potatoes in the gift shop. Well, you can get potatoes at the grocery store, but they give you potatoes for free at the end of the tour. In fact, I think I threw it away when I moved, but I had a pack of, it was like powdered potato. You just add water to make mashed potatoes. They give that to you for free after you, when you complete the tour. Free potatoes, yes, indeed. And Lenina, they call it, well, you have to tell them where you're from. And if you're not from Idaho, then they hand you a bag of, it's like potato powder. Just add water, it makes mashed potatoes. And they call it potatoes. No, hang on. Where did the button go? Where's my badumts button? Sound effects. There it is. They call it taters for out-of-staters. It's sorry. Botched that. But anyway, they do have a really nice little gift shop right here. It's nice. It's nice. Anyway, non-zero chance I will be visiting the Idaho Potato Museum this next summer. It's weird that they have you enter through the gift shop. A lot of things are backwards in Idaho. I'll just say that. Enter through the gift shop. Yeah, and I signed the... Oh, we don't want to dox anybody there. Wait, he didn't even go in? Ah! That's not a tour. Anyway, this is in Blackfoot, Idaho. This is near the home of, this is in the same neighborhood, I suppose, broadly speaking, as L.J. Krumenacker, dinosaur paleontologist in Idaho, who helped establish a state dinosaur for Idaho. There we go. Take a look.
One small exhibit at the Idaho Museum of Natural History has a big impact on the way we think about the gem state's prehistoric past. KPVI journalist Kate Gardner dug deep for the details.
Excuse me.
And you can look at them kind of like tree rings to figure out the age of the animal.
The Idaho Museum of Natural History is home to a special species of dinosaur.
It's called Eryctodromeus cubicularis, or I just call
There's
it
LJ there.
Erycto, because it's a lot easier to say.
It's Idaho's most common dinosaur, and is special because it lived in family units in burrows. Krumenacker found the burrow in 2015.
We saw this tube of rock that was just barely poking out. We excavated it and turned out, oh heck, we've got another Erycto burrow, the first one from Idaho.
And the third in the world. That's an important discovery for Idaho.
It's exciting. I think it bridges the gap to show people that, you know, we've got the world as it is
Trek
now.
nerd.
But there's so much history to discover about Idaho's past. And this, you know, just to me hints that there's a lot more left to discover.
Is that
Besides bridging the
is
gap
that
between
Oregon or
today
Washington,
and nearly
Trek nerd?
100 million years ago, the burrow helps create a better picture of the creature's lifestyle.
You've got evidence of what the animal was doing when it was alive, so it makes it more real.
And something these dinosaurs were doing in their burrows makes them truly unique.
So they're trying to protect their kids, they're taking care of them, and then unfortunately something knocks them off. But they were great parents, which you don't usually hear people thinking about dinosaurs being any sort of parent.
In Pocatello, Kate Garner,
They certainly were.
KPVI News That Works for You.
So there's L.J. Krumenacker there.
Found the burrow in the Soda Springs area in 2015, but recently published a scientific paper on the species and their burrowing origins.
So anyway, I'm in contact with LJ right now. I've worked with him in the past. We will be, with any luck, digging up some Eryctodromeus this May before I leave for Wyoming. And I will be live streaming from there, if at all possible. So, but a lot of that comes down to whether or not there is snow on the ground at the time. Are we able to dig there at the time? And a big part of that will come down to, well, the weather, the temperatures, and these things are determined by the local climate, which we're getting into with this video
We
here.
need to get to the root of our potato story.
Yeah.
Weather and climate are not the same thing. Weather is what's going on in the atmosphere at any given time and place. Today it's dry and sunny, but tomorrow it may be cloudy and rainy. Just like my mood can change if I eat fresh, hot French fries or cold, soggy ones, weather happens in the short term and is difficult to predict. But climate is a region's average weather over many years, which is much more predictable and based on trends. So we don't know what the weather will be like in New York City on January 20th, 2025. But we do know that it's usually chilly because New York City has a cold winter climate. It's like what former president of the American Meteorological Society, Dr. J. Marshall Shepard, famously probably said, "Weather is your mood, climate is your personality." And my personality is a proud potato fan, even though we've all had disappointing fries before. Just like there are endless human personalities based on our DNA and how we grow up, all the possible combinations of temperature, precipitation, wind, and ocean currents give us a variety of global climates. And all of those processes begin with patterns of insolation, or incoming solar radiation, across the globe. For example, mountains have complex climate patterns, or the somewhat predictable variation in climate. These mountain climate patterns come from the way insolation and temperature change as we go higher in elevation, or the height of a point on Earth's surface above a reference, like sea level. In fact, no matter where we are on Earth, for every 1,000 meters we go up in elevation, the air temperature decreases by 6.5 degrees Celsius on average, which is the normal lapse rate. If you've
And so, shoot, in Wyoming, we're at what, like, I think about 5,000 feet up there?
I do call myself an expert in dinosaur studies.
And Little Pink Pony.
How do you invite a dinosaur to a cafe? T-Rex?
Thank you, Little Pink Pony, for that continued support there. Thank you for that delicious, delicious Amazon Prime sub. I appreciate it, Little Pink Pony. It's good to have you here. Thank you for keeping me here online with that. Yeah, Wyoming. What is the elevation? Elevation of Green River, Wyoming, 6,115 feet. And convert 6,115 feet to meters, please, Google. That is 1,863 meters. So it's pretty high up. And so you are going to have lower temperature up there. At, yeah.
Ever hiked or driven up from the base of a mountain, you've probably felt the air get chilly or brought extra layers to handle the cold temperatures. The normal lapse rate has big implications for Latin America's physical geography, especially near the equator. As we climb the Andes Mountains from sea level, we can define our major climate zones based on elevation that have dramatic changes in plant life. At the foot of the mountain is Tierra Caliente, or hot country, a lowland zone of broadleaf evergreen tropical rainforest. The warmth and humidity here allow extensive tall trees and a dense
That's true, Hogan, yeah. Water does boil at a higher temperature. At about 900
meters, we begin to see mild temperate conditions and deciduous forests in the Tierra Templada. Then, as we continue our climb, at about 1,800 meters, temperate conditions get chillier. Colder temperatures and coniferous forests mark the Tierra Fria. As we move higher, each zone gets smaller, and at 3,600 meters, we reach the windswept Tierra Helada, or frost country. In the lower reaches of this zone, pine forests transition to alpine meadows and grasslands and mark the tree line. The upper...
Mi español no es tan bueno. My Spanish is not as good as it used to be. Helada means, does that mean ice cream? In Spanish, helada? Tenemos unos hispanohablantes en el chat. Ahorita. Do we have any Spanish speakers in chat right now? Yeah, helada. Helada. Isn't that a synonym for ice cream? Helado is frozen or icy. I know that, yeah. Helado is ice cream. Gracias, Harry Veg. Thank you, thank you. Yeah,
limit of where trees grow. Further up around 4,600 meters, we see a shift from grasses to hardy lichens and mosses. And beyond here, we encounter the...
Beguiling Fang says it's also ice cream, yes. That reminds me... When I was in, like, 6th grade, I got a Japanese to English, English to Japanese phrase book, because I thought it was cool, and I was really into Godzilla at the time. And I remember reading that the way to say ice cream in Japanese was... Aizukurimu. Aizukurimu. So sometimes these things are easier if they were imported words and not just like direct translations, but yeah. I remember baseball was baseball, and floppy disk was floppy disk.
Snow line, or the elevation where winter snow doesn't melt in the summer. This is the zone of perpetual snow that makes up the snow caps on Earth.
What is that, Goodyear?
The final zone has very little plant or animal. Parts of Latin America use this terminology to describe mountain climate patterns, but different vertical zones and geographic terms exist around the world.
I like that.
Each mountain also has unique attributes, like its slope or total elevation, which create different ecosystems in these zones. The process of paying attention to geographic conditions, like mountain climate patterns, and using them to answer questions like why were potatoes domesticated in the Andes Mountains and not anywhere else, is called geoliteracy. A geoliterate person understands that the world works as a set of physical, biological, and social systems, and that processes within these systems connect places to each other. We can use these observations to interact with our environment and create particular outcomes. And even though geoliteracy might be a modern term, engaging with the world with a geoliterate lens is something people have been doing for thousands of years. Like 7,000 to 9,000 years ago, Andean farmers observed how a mountain was made of spaces with different climates and ecological niches, which is where certain plants can thrive, but not others. And they passed this knowledge down over generations, using their geographical understanding to select plots of land. Even today, farmers all over the world need to think through all the ingredients for weather and climate to plant crops. And we have all sorts of technology to help them track air pressure, precipitation levels, and more. But ancient Andean farmers didn't have these same tools. Let's go to the thought bubble. The Andean foothills and mountains are used to grow lots of crops, like tomatoes, beans, and maize. But the diversity of potatoes is a source of pride and a cultural symbol of traditional Andean agriculture, food systems,
Interesting.
history,
Okay.
community, and identity. Historically, we think one way time was measured here was by how long it took to cook a pot of potatoes. Even today, potato seeds can be gifted to young couples setting up a household. And farmers in the high Andes measure land based on the area a family needs to grow their supply of potatoes. Over the years, farmers realized that when they plant their crops could make a difference between a good harvest and a poor one. For example, areas in what's now southern Peru are prone to periods of drought. As modern geographers, we know that typically there are cold water currents along the Peruvian coast, which help bring rain to the Andean highlands. But some years, there's a pooling of warm water along the Peruvian coast, which can bring drought until the ocean currents change again. Without the aid of satellites or an understanding of ocean currents, Andean farmers began to notice that if the stars, especially the Pleiades stars in the Taurus constellation, were hidden by water vapor in the atmosphere and hard to see around the winter solstice in late June.
Oh, this is so cool. And think, this is hard-won knowledge. This is only gained through experience and, like, careful observation year after year. Like, oh, if we plant during this year and we keep records of that and it doesn't go well, we couldn't see the Pleiades at this particular time. Yeah. Literal trial and error. Yeah, and yes, indeed, Jody Fish. Yeah, yeah. And by the way, the Pleiades...
where Andean farmers began to notice that if the stars, especially the Pleiades stars in the Taurus constellation...
Yeah. Does anybody know how to say Pleiades in Japanese? It's a well-known car brand, actually. Yeah, it is indeed Subaru. I guess they only see 6 stars traditionally in like Japanese mythology. It's 7 in other parts of the world. I think it might be 8 in other parts of the world too. But the Pleiades are Pleiades constellation. There we go. Yeah, how many stars you see is often dependent upon what culture you're brought up in. Yeah. As you're driving in your Outback, Ungoy, pay attention to the road, please. Yeah. But you count more than 7 here? I mean, there's a lot of stars in general, Claire Burr. There's literally hundreds of billions. But yeah. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Depending on how you count them. I remember reading somewhere that you know that thing, this is big on Twitter a while back. It's like, how many times does the average straight male think about the Roman Empire? It's got to be pretty often, right? I very rarely think about the Roman Empire. But I remember reading it at some point that in the Roman army, the standard like eye test that they would give to recruits was to look up at the Pleiades and ask how many stars they would see there. And if they said 7, that meant you had very good eyesight. And if you saw fewer, then you didn't have eyesight that was as good. Wait, none, Sergeant. There you go, Kujira. You will not be on the front lines. And you think more? Oh, there you go, Beguiling Fangs. I don't think a lot about these. I'm thinking much, much further back in time. As a dinosaur paleontologist, of course. You know, I'm not thinking about last Thursday, the Roman Empire, or last Wednesday, the ancient Greek Empire. I'm thinking about the Cretaceous, the Jurassic, the Triassic at times. Yeah. Anyway. Yeah. Mayor of Space says there's so many stars, even more than 20 mayor space. Well, I guess you would know. That's under your jurisdiction as mayor. That's a lot of stars. More than 20. Holy moly. Yeah. Yeah. And occasionally potatoes. Thank you, Gimpleg, for that. Thank you for that reminder to get back to the video. As I drink some water. Thank you, Nell.
But some years, there's a pooling of warm water along the Peruvian coast, which can bring drought until the ocean currents change again. Without the aid of satellites or an understanding of ocean currents, Andean farmers began to notice that if the stars, especially the Pleiades stars in the Taurus constellation, were hidden by water vapor in the atmosphere and hard to see around the winter solstice in late June, it indicated an El Nino year, which is linked to reduced rainfall several months later. So they'd plant their potatoes earlier to take advantage of whatever rain that fell. If they could see the stars clearly, they knew they'd get enough water to plant the potatoes a little later.
And how cool is that? That people living so long ago in Peru were able to look up at the stars and use that kind of knowledge to decide when to plant potatoes so they would have a bountiful harvest. And nowadays, we make stars of our own by shooting these garbage satellite things up into space to beam down information so that some of us can live stream from the field during the summers, you know, via satellite. That's pretty cool to think about. You know? Yeah. Yeah. Anyway, let's continue.
Basically, Andean farmers were geographers who observed the relationship between clouds in the atmosphere and rainfall patterns later in the season, which in turn helped people survive in the Andes for centuries. Thanks, Thought Bubble. Any way that people observe atmospheric conditions, find patterns, and make decisions based on those patterns is geography in action. Nowadays, scientists can observe and predict climate phenomena.
Are we going to get to the Köppen climate classifications? That's what I brought up this video for. I think
on a global scale, from ocean
hopefully we'll get to that,
like El Nino and the Southern Oscillation, to what latitudes different plants, like potatoes, can grow at. We can categorize climate patterns in a lot of different ways, like using temperature and wind patterns. But those can be hard to see, and something like vegetation growth is much more obvious. In general, natural vegetation starts with a tropical rainforest at the equator and transitions into ice and snow and sparse vegetation as we get to the poles, sort of mirroring the mountain climate pattern we talked about before. This visible connection between vegetation and climate helped climatologist and botanist Vladimir Köppen devise a classification system in the early 1900s called the Köppen system. It's still widely used today with many improvements by many people and with many terms that reference a type of climate and type of natural vegetation, like the tundra or the rainforest. Specifically, the Köppen system divides the world into 6 major climate categories. Using the visible vegetation as a guide, Köppen came up with precise definitions for each climate region based on average monthly temperature, average monthly precipitation, and total annual rainfall.
So, if you can see your particular region represented here, what color do you see here? Maxwell Paxton says, where are the Dutch subtitles? Were you here yesterday, Maxwell? Welcome to Paleontologizing. It's good to have you here. For me right here in the San Francisco Bay Area, I think this is kind of light green for me, which is also maybe consistent with like the Pacific Northwest, which is interesting because, sorry, we got fruit flies in here. Anyway, but it is, I think we've got this color, which would be continental climate in Wyoming here. But yeah, interesting. If you're curious about your particular region where you live, where you call home, you can look up the Köppen climate classification for that area, and that will tell you a thing or two about what's going on in your region in terms of climate, what the normal classification is.
The first 4 categories are based on moisture and temperature characteristics, and they're usually labeled with
Oh, and so we here in the beautiful sunny San Francisco Bay Area famously have a Mediterranean climate here. Yeah, I think we are CSA here. Oh, it might be I don't know. I think it's CSA. Yeah, Yeah. But there you go. Yeah. Humid subtropical. Interesting, Axeman. That's a cool one to have. Yeah.
Capital letters. Like A represents tropical climates, which are known for having high temperatures and receiving a lot of rain. And E represents polar climates, which tend to be cold and dry. Then the last two categories are based on moisture and elevation instead of temperature. Like H represents the highland climates in the world's mountainous regions, like where our original Andean farmers grew potatoes. Then within each of these big categories, there are subcategories marked with additional letters to break climate ups into even more precise groups. So let's use potatoes as our example. They thrive in cold weather. So if we look at a Köppen climate classification map of South America, it makes sense that they thrive in the Andes. In the west along the Andes, there are bands of H, which means highlands, and BWK, which says the area is arid, desert, and cold. The transition out of those desert highlands is BSK, which says the area is arid, has a steppe climate, and is cold. Those are some ideal potato growing conditions. If we overlay a full Köppen climate classification map with a map of everywhere potatoes are grown, we see that potatoes are really hardy because there's a lot of overlap with different climates. We know that many species of potato were domesticated by Andean farmers, but we also know that plants are adaptable. Those farmers used their geoliteracy to grow more plentiful crops, but also to begin breeding plants to tolerate different temperatures. The Andean empires flourished because of food security from crops like potatoes. And thanks to global trade and the hardiness of potato species, today potatoes are grown in over 100 countries.
Wow.
From India in the tropics to Finland close to the Arctic Circle. From hot and cold regions to dry and wet regions, and all climate combinations in between, humans have adapted to the natural environments around us and used our growing geoliteracy to thrive. But increasingly, the Earth's environments are also impacted by our choices. In future episodes, we'll look at how and why maps of global climates, vegetation, soils, and ecosystems are changing, and our response to those changes. And we'll hit the ground running in the next episode when we discuss how these themes relate to climate change. Many maps and borders represent modern geopolitical divisions that have often been decided.
Very cool stuff. Very cool stuff. Now, the reason I bring that up is a lot of you may not have heard of like Köppen climate classifications before. And this is important stuff to understand. Sometimes I like to look that up when I'm going to a new place. If I'm going to, say, a couple years ago I went to my brother's wedding in Honolulu. And just out of curiosity, I looked up what the climate classification is for Honolulu, Hawaii. When I'm going to do fieldwork for Wyoming for the first time a couple years ago, I looked at the climate classification there. And it's just a neat way to kind of understand the world like that. You know? So let's look that up for Green River, Wyoming. Wikipedia, Green River, Wyoming. There we go, in Sweetwater County. Look at that beautiful country there. Climate. According to the Köppen climate classification system, Green River has a cold, semi-arid climate, abbreviated BSK on climate maps. Well. BSK, was that the same as Peru? The steppes of Peru where they were growing potatoes, or was that a different B classification? But yeah. Anyway, interesting stuff. And yes, Wombat Hole says potatoes are easier to harvest in sandy soils without rocks. There's a number of reasons why Idaho became kind of a world capital for potatoes. And I learned all about that at the Idaho Potato Museum. But anyway, enough about potatoes, enough about climate. We're going to get into our Jurassic World evolution dinosaurs in a bit. And we went off on this whole tangent about climate and stuff because we were looking at... at these recordings from fieldwork from last summer.
We might have a new viewer here, Dragonath. Dragonath asks, I've recently been getting into serious paleo art, and some things I had trouble with were finding resources that looked at the climate / environment of certain areas, like Laos, for example, with ichthyovenators. Do we have any advice on how to look for information on that kind of thing? I don't know.
It's not the kind of thing you can really just Google.
Yeah, it's.
You kind of have to look it up in papers.
I mean, speaking about like fauna lists, like we were before, Wikipedia is often a good place to start.
Yeah.
Yeah, and also the paleobiology database. I'll probably bring that up later too. Anyway, here's a link to this video if you want to see that. Also, I bring this up because I've been talking with Ethan today. Ethan right there, our leader in the field. Ethan is the one leading this field work in Wyoming. We're going to be joining him again at the end of May in Wyoming to dig up more dinosaurs out there, dig up some of the dinosaurs we weren't able to dig up completely last summer. And really looking forward to that. Yeah. So yeah. Anyway, in just a little bit, hopefully Ethan will be contacting me with an updated link. He's got to make this a non-private link here. Our wish list for Dwayne the Pebble. Are you like a downsized version of Dwayne the Rock Johnson? Dwayne the Pebble, it's good to have you here. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to Paleontologizing. I appreciate you clicking that follow button. Let me know if you've got any fossil science questions. I and my crew are going to be doing some more field work in Wyoming this summer. And Ethan's put together a handy wish list. If you would like to help contribute to our field work this summer, contribute to our success digging up dinosaurs in the field, then there are a bunch of different items on this wish list, which will be made public in hopefully less than half an hour. So rev up your engines, chat, those of you who want to contribute. See if you can scoop up some of these items. The cheaper ones are going to go fast, I'm sure. But yeah. Yes. And Ethan, not Nathan. Gojira. Sorry, I suppose I should enunciate more clearly. Ethan Cowgill. Literally picking at your fingernails. And Lenina, you already do so much for this community. You do not have to contribute like that. Yeah. I appreciate you, Lenina. Holy cow. Yeah. You need to help it as a need. I appreciate that, Lydia. And I'm sure Ethan does too, and I'm sure the rest of our crew will also appreciate that very much. In fact, maybe I should talk to Ethan about this, and maybe I should say, hey, Ethan, maybe I'll send you some labels or something like that, so that you can label each of these items with the names of the screen names of those who donated them. I think that would be a lot of fun, actually. Put a label maker on the list, Sloppy Salamander. Oh boy. Yeah. Let's see. That's a pretty decent one there. Thermal transfer inkless pocket printer, portable lightweight QWERTY keyboard. Label maker. Let's add that to the list. I hope Ethan's okay with that. But we've just added a label maker to the list as well. Right? Where'd it go? Oh, did I add it to the wrong list? I might have added it to the wrong list. Add to list. Okay, apparently it's in there. There it is. There it is on the list. Yeah. Can't wait for the label maker to label itself. There you go, Tommy Plodicus. That'll be pretty meta, won't it? Yeah. And Gojira says Sharpie might be smarter. There's already Sharpies on the list. Gojira, there's already Sharpies on the list. There you go then, says Gojira. Well, a label maker might be a little easier. I don't know. I don't know. And Beats International, no, this... I know there's a kappa there at the end of your message, implying a certain degree of sarcasm or facetiousness, but these are field supplies that we can use in the field that we will need for the field this summer for Wyoming. So Ethan is in the process of making this list public for us. And then we'll be able to access it through the chat here. Yeah. Anyway. Before we get to our... Well... Why don't we do that now, actually? Let's do our Jurassic World Evolution 2 dinosaurs. Jurassic World Evolution 2 Secret Species Pack launch trailer. Oh, hang on, what is this? Oh, we should do Metazoa. Yeah, you're right. You're right. Let's do Metazoa real quick. Thank you, Lenina and Claire Burr. Oh, and hello, Minnie Pie. Our second visit from you on today's stream. How you doing, Minnie? Here, you can join us as we jump into Metazoa here. In honor of you, Minnie Pie, let's make Cat our first guess. Is this a cat in a hat? Well, let's see, Minnie Pie. What kind of dog is this? Let's try cat, first of all. And it's very much not a mammal. Okay. Oh, Minnie Pie. Golganex says Happy Pie Day. Well, Minnie Pie. A happy Pie Day to you. All three of our cats have pie in the name. Minnie Pie, Moon Pie, and Sweetie Pie. Or I should say Moon Pie, Minnie Pie, and Sweetie Pie, because Moon Pie was first, huh, Minnie? Yeah. Your name is derived from Minnie Pie's name. It's like Saurolophus and Parasaurolophus. Where Saurolophus came first, and then you have Parasaurolophus. Moon Pie came first, and now we have Minnie Pie and Sweetie Pie, too. Minnie Pie. Yeah. Hello. So, since our mystery animal of the day is an amniote, but not a cat, we can tell several things from this. One of them is that it's not a mammal. Yeah. So sorry, Minnie Pie, not a mammal today. It could be a bird. Or, you know what? Wait. Yeah, could be a bird. If it just said tetrapod, then we would know it's an amphibian. But no, it's an amniote, but not a mammal. So since it is not a synapsid, we know, and it is an amniote, we know it's got to be a sauropsid. Sauropsids are reptiles. This includes lizards. It includes turtles. It includes crocodilians, crocodilomorphs. It includes birds as well. Birds, strictly speaking, are a kind of reptile, as we'll be talking about later for Thursday Birds Day. So, what we're going to do here is... You know what? By the numbers, the chances are it's going to be a kind of bird. So give me the name of a bird, chat. Wren, says Golganek. They don't have wrens. But wrens are a kind of passerine bird. Gannet, they don't have gannets either. Sparky Pugosh, I'm sorry. Sparrow is a good one. That's a nice passerine bird. And let's see. It is indeed a neonath bird here that we're dealing with. Our mystery animal is a neonath bird. It's not a sparrow, but that got us closer into this group called Neonathae. So I can just jump to that here. We go from Archelosauria to Archosauria, into Aves, and into Neonathae. And oh boy, this is where we ran into trouble last time that we had a bird. Is that it didn't have some of these subgroups like this. So what I think I want to do is, let's see if it's, let's search like chicken or something. And see if that gets us anywhere closer. Oh boy. No. The curse of one zoom and its lack of bird clades. Welcome to the fun. Good luck, says Salamander. Oh no. Oh no. There are how many species of neonath bird? Over 9,000! And apparently this game doesn't really have like a lot of subclades beneath that, you know? Birds are difficult in this game. They are, Sparky Pugosh. They are. They're difficult. They're difficult. There's so many species of neonath birds. Let's try let's try hawk, like somebody said. Majestic Biscuit said hawk. Let's try hawk. That's a bird of prey. That is an acipteriform. There we go. Holy cow. Excellent. Oh man, we're on the right track. We're on the right track. It is an acipteriform bird. So, acipteriforms are hawks and eagles and osprey and their relatives. Yeah, the acipteriformes. Hawks. Which, it's... I guess vultures are kind of a hawk as well. Turkey vultures, New World vultures, and secretary birds, and kites. Oh boy. What we're gonna try and do here is let's look for a derived group. Like, let's try maybe bald eagle or something. Let's try bald eagle and see if that gets us anywhere close. And it doesn't. Although this helps us. We know it's not within Aciptrinae. Aciptridae are ospreys, kites, hawks, and eagles. Aciptrinae should be a smaller clade within that. We gotta look it up on Wikipedia because this one zoom is kind of no help with this. Aciptrinae is a subfamily of birds. The true hawks. True hawks. Including all members of genus Accipiter, as well as closely related genera Erythrotriarchus and Megatriarchus. Yeah. So, we know it's outside of that clade. It is an acipteriform, but it is not as an acipterin. Acipteriformes also includes hawks, eagles, and vultures, and kites, but not falcons. Okay. Let's try a vulture.
Look at this graph.
JWE2, thank you for that beautiful graph, and thank you for the equally beautiful follow. I really appreciate that. Welcome to Paleontologizing. It's good to have you here. Good stuff. I'm glad that our metazoa critter for right now is a oh, we've got 9 minutes to do this. We got to get it done. Yeah, here. Let's try turkey vulture. And it is a New World vulture. Okay, okay, good. It's got to be a black vulture then. That's got to be it. Is it a condor? New World vultures. Yeah, Gymnogyps, that is a condor. It's gotta be a condor. It's gotta be a condor. And there we go. Yeah. Good stuff. Yeah, we got it. We got it. It took more guesses than I would like. That took 8 guesses to get there. Oh, Dios mío. But that's okay. The Andean condor there. Not too shabby. All right. All right. Yeah. Anyway, I'm glad we got that. In 7 minutes, we can do another game of Metazoa. Because it'll reset for the day. But before then, why don't we take a look at this? I believe I promised in the going live message that we would be talking about Jurassic World Evolution 2 and the secret species pack. Oh boy, this is gonna be trash, isn't it? Let's take a look at this. Here's our sound. What? Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. Ew. What in the world?
Oh, brother, this guy stinks!
Experience a brave new frontier of scientific innovation with species once only dreamt of, now made a reality. The Ankylodocus, a hybrid of the great Diplodocus and the hardy Ankylosaurus. Rivaling the largest to ever exist, its gargantuan armor plating and large club tail make this gentle giant a thundering presence in any park. The Stegoceratops, a sturdy combination of the three-horned Triceratops and the protective plates and spiked tail of the Stegosaurus. Despite their intimidating and vivid appearance, these herbivores have been observed to be docile and highly social creatures.
You know, why not give them wings and you know, have them ride a skateboard and shoot laser beams out of their eyes, swim up waterfalls, and you know, open their mouth and a music box plays. I mean, why? Why? The whole point of dinosaurs is that they're real, you know? this goes completely against the whole idea of dinosaurs in the first place. You know? This is like the kid at the soda fountain who goes, oh, no, I don't really like Sprite. Let me mix all the different soda flavors together, and that's the best one. You know? Axeman makes a very good point. Axeman says might as well use made-up monsters. Exactly, you know? Why not throw in, you know, a Cyclops, a Centaur, a Hippogriff, or whatever. Like, why not? You know? Throw in Godzilla. There you go, Charlie. Well, don't. Toho Company would nuke you from orbit, but yeah.
These herbivores have been observed to be docile and highly social creatures. The Spinoraptor. The speed, agility, and intelligence of the Velociraptor, genetically improved with the power and ferocity of the Spinosaurus. This apex predator hunts with sheer savagery, capable of bringing down even the largest of prey. In collaboration with our friends at Manticore, we're delighted to bring you the Spinoceratops. These shy and peaceful herbivores were adapted from Sinoceratops to thrive in frigid.
Why do they have holes in their frills? I get, well, I guess maybe this is meant to be like an like a defect. Is that the story there where this is like a defect from mixing it with Spinosaur DNA? That's where the lasers go. They're more aerodynamic that way. Ventilation. Oh, wait. No. Please. Oh, shoot. Please tell me that their default Sinoceratops design doesn't also include like a literal physical hole in the middle of the parietal squamosal crest, frill. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. Why? I forgot about this. This is a thing and I forgot about it. It's so stupid that I forgot about it.
Temperatures and flourish even in the harshest of winters. These radiant new additions to your park are sure to inspire awe at the wonders of science and humility at the power of discovery.
What are dinosaurs?
They're not these, Junichu. They're certainly not the. Or sorry, Parka Luai. Parka Luai. They're certainly not these. These aren't dinosaurs. These are nonsense. You know. So this actually reminds me of a video that I produced for YouTube a number of years ago, and let me find that for you. Video essays. Prehistoric Kingdom. One of the So I was reviewing this game called Prehistoric Kingdom a while ago. I actually got like an advance copy from the developers, which was really, really cool. And I liked the game a lot. Let me just go back to the beginning, I guess. And you know what? This is a wonderful opportunity for me to take a bit of a breather and go to the bathroom. And I will be right back. So take a look.
If you love dinosaurs, if you like to learn about them,
be right back.
If you'd like to see them scientifically accurate and beautifully rendered in a wildlife park setting, then Prehistoric Kingdom is the game you've been waiting for. but given that this is a game review, I have a bit of a confession to make. I am not what you would call a gamer. I'm a paleontologist. My name is Danny Anduza, and I work on dinosaurs. I discover them, I excavate them, I study them, illustrate them, publish on them, and nowadays I talk about them every weekday on Twitch as a means of science outreach. Lately, my viewers have been very excited about this new game, and the little independent studio that's been working on it sent me an advance copy. Prehistoric Kingdom follows the same basic premise as other dinosaur park tycoon games. You build enclosures, guest amenities, you add new creatures. You know the drill. I'm not really qualified to talk about the intricacies of game mechanics. I don't know a lot about stuff like that. What I can talk to you about is the game's depiction of dinosaurs. Now, paleontologists are just starting to really examine the impact that video games have on the public's understanding of our science. I see it every day when viewers on Twitch ask me questions pertaining to dinosaur games. For many of them, video games are their primary interaction with dinosaur science. For better or for worse, these games have a big impact. Now, from what I've seen so far, Prehistoric Kingdom seems like it's going to have a very positive impact. In fact, I think it could be a wonderful tool for paleontology education. Now, it's by no means perfect. Sure, there are bugs. I got an extra early pre-release copy, so bugs are to be expected. But it's the heart and soul of Prehistoric Kingdom that I'm really impressed with. Now, it's appropriate that the sauropod in the logo gets a little crown, because the dinosaurs really are the stars of this game. Prehistoric Kingdom has a real overarching affection for the critters that you just don't see in many other dinosaur games. The designs are excellent, drawing upon some of the latest science and paleo art, and each individual dinosaur is slightly unique in its coloration, just like real animals. You can actually tell different individuals of the same species apart from one another, based on that coloration. That's pretty cool. Now, a lot of people will compare Prehistoric Kingdom to Jurassic World Evolution, and they are very similar in concept. But there are subtle differences which jump out to somebody like me. Now, here's an example. In both games, you need a way to generate electricity to run your park. In Jurassic World Evolution, this is done through old-fashioned generators. You heard that right. In a futuristic park featuring resurrected dinosaurs created through extraordinary genetic technology, the sky is the limit, and you're burning fossil fuels to generate electricity like it's 1950. Sure, it's a detail, but kind of says a lot. But in Prehistoric Kingdom, power generation is through wind and solar. Not only is that more thoughtful, it's also better gameplay, because you're not restocking the stupid generators with gasoline every 5 minutes. It's not fun, that's work. Another plus is that Prehistoric Kingdom actually makes a distinction between dinosaurs and non-dinosaurs, which is something that Jurassic World Evolution 2 doesn't really seem to care about.
Here, I gotta grab another thing. I'll be right back.
It might seem like a little thing, but it says a lot, especially to players who are interested in paleontology. And honestly, a big-name studio like that should have done better. To me, the biggest difference between the two games is in the animals themselves. The quality of Jurassic World Evolution's creatures is uneven. Some are beautifully rendered and pretty true to life. Some of them are of dubious quality. Some of them are just outright fictional monsters. The problem lies with the source material, the IP. There are talented artists and developers working on games like Jurassic World Evolution, but they're hamstrung by the intellectual property that they were hired to work with.
The dinosaurs need to look like dinosaurs you see in the films. They're not scientifically accurate in their representation based on what like real-world scientists would do, but they need to look like universal dinosaurs.
When a film franchise goes off the rails, not just with lousy, inaccurate dinosaur depictions, but by outright inventing fictional dinosaur monsters, they start missing the point about what makes dinosaurs special.
Yep.
In a crowded media landscape with a million zillion things to entertain yourself with, dinosaurs are still appealing because of their authenticity.
Yeah.
Dinosaurs are real. The team behind Prehistoric Kingdom seems to realize that. It's front and center in their advertising.
Show the world that these aren't monsters. Show the world what they truly are, and they'll come running.
You don't have to monsterify your dinosaurs just to make them compelling to a general audience. Dinosaurs are wondrous and astounding enough as they are, just for being real. Let me tell you a little story.
And then get into a story about Dinochirus and all that. Anyway, here's the link to that video right here. That video kind of underlines my philosophy around dinosaurs, around dinosaur depictions, around the way that dinosaurs are portrayed in popular media, and what makes good dinosaur depictions and what makes lousy dinosaur depictions. The key, I think, to what makes dinosaurs interesting is their authenticity. There's a reason why Jurassic Park, when it first came out in 1993, was the highest grossing film of all time. There's a lot of puzzle pieces that all came together in exactly the right way to make it such a success, but one of the key pieces there was, you know, the selling point of the movie. Namely, dinosaurs. The dinosaurs in that film were groundbreaking. Here, Vox.com produced a little video about this, which I think illustrates that very, very well. This is not coming from the perspective of a paleontologist. This is coming from the perspective of, you know, a video producer at Vox, and I think they really kind of hit the nail on the head
When
here.
Jurassic Park first came out in 1993, it was a pretty groundbreaking depiction of dinosaurs.
And it really was. I mean, holy cow, this was huge in 1993. You know?
Steven Spielberg certainly took plenty of artistic liberties.
Yeah, the Dilophosaurus didn't have a
But
frill. It was
overall,
much larger,
the movie
too.
was-
So, yeah, with this animal right here, for instance, Dilophosaurus was actually significantly larger and more formidable than they show in the movie. They decreased the size of the Dilophosaurus because they wanted to avoid confusion with the Deinonychus, with the raptors of Jurassic Park, and then they gave it the ridiculous frill and everything else. But yeah, it's a sizable animal. You know, shoot, Dilophosaurus. Let me grab my Dilophosaurus skull and I'll show you. You know? There we go. This is life size right here. This is a big animal. This is a very big animal. Holy cow. Yeah. One of the largest terrestrial carnivores that had ever lived up until that point. Dilophosaurus. This is kind of an old-style reconstruction of its skull. If you want an updated look at Dilophosaurus, I would highly recommend Brian Eng's video on Dilophosaurus, which is phenomenal. It's entitled A Modern Look at Dilophosaurus. Copy link address. Paste chat. There you go. But yeah. Anyway, really, really cool critter. Dilophosaurus. Yes, indeed, with those beautiful double crests like that, which are actually much more interesting than you even realize, I think. You should watch that video if you get a chance. Anyway, Dilophosaurus. So Dilophosaurus was definitely kind of a miss here. But yeah.
Steven Spielberg certainly took plenty of artistic liberties.
But the rest of the dinosaurs are pretty good.
The movie was so much better than what had come before, in terms of recreating what scientists knew about how dinosaurs looked and how they moved. The character Alan Grant was actually a bit ahead of his time.
Look at the half-moon-shaped bones on the wrist. It's no wonder these guys learn how to fly.
Yeah.
No, seriously.
Back then, the claim that birds evolved from dinosaurs
Cool,
was still
Niffler.
controversial. Now it's widely accepted. But in the late 1990s, the science started speeding ahead, and the movies just didn't keep up. Even the latest installment, Jurassic World, shot in ultra-high-definition 3D, it features dinosaurs that are out of date.
Way out of date. Not just slightly out of date, like 20 or 30 years out of date. It's pretty ridiculous. Jurassic World is... it's frustratingly bad. And... yeah. Sun NC says chicken is dinosaur. Yeah, chickens are birds, and birds are all dinosaurs. All birds evolved from a single species of dinosaur about 170 million years ago, something like that. We'll be talking about that in a little bit for Thursday BIRDSday, but yeah. Anyway. Yeah. Anywho. It's just really frustrating that... Here. Let's take a look at this right here. This is from 5 hours ago from a YouTube channel called Evolution Square. My thoughts on the hybrid pack and controversy Jurassic World Evolution 2. Worst DLC. Well, let's take a look, I guess. I don't know what else is.
The worst DLC? What's the best DLC? In this video, I'm going to rank all Jurassic World Evolution 2 packs. Will this turn into a discussion about the hybrid pack by the end? There's no real way of knowing, I guess. And
A response to the controversy. Let's take a look at this, I guess.
audience. And that brings me to 2 points I want to discuss, and maybe the real reason of this video. Worth or value and target audience. In my opinion, all of the packs fluctuate in value. Interestingly, with all the
Beguiling Fang says, what kinds of birds are closest to those descending from dinosaurs? All birds that live today are equally closely related to their dinosaur ancestors because they live today, you know? If you're to go back in time earlier in the Cenozoic era, you could get to birds that are closer to their dinosaur origins. But today, literally all birds are equally closely related to their dinosaur ancestors because they live today, you know? Doesn't matter if it's a chicken or a cassowary, doesn't matter if it's a hummingbird or a penguin. They are all literally dinosaurs because they evolved from a dinosaur ancestor. So yeah. We can talk about that more in a little bit, but I want to try and focus on this now.
that is being said about the hybrid pack, that is not a point I've seen come up. Some packs have more reused animations than others. 2 packs had 2 species each that, at the time, did not have social animations. 2 packs have had models directly lifted from
I don't really care
as
about this
much
stuff.
or as little work went into bringing those into Jurassic World Evolution 2 as reusing the old hybrid models. Lagoon and aviary creatures still don't get the same amount of animations as land animals, dragging down the relative value of any pack that includes them. 2 packs have introduced new kinds of animal
Alright, let's talk about the
However,
actual
I do
dinosaurs.
think the hybrid pack is on the lower end of the value spectrum. And I'm not even gonna harp on the reused Stegoceratops and Spinoraptor models, although it must be acknowledged, of course. Designing an animal from scratch takes a lot of work to perfect. All that work was already done 5 years ago.
But that's the thing, is that's the joy of introducing a new dinosaur, is you get a new dinosaur to introduce. Instead of, like, they're not introducing a new dinosaur in 2 separate ways here. They are neglecting to introduce a new dinosaur on 2 separate counts. On one count, it's a made-up dinosaur that isn't real, and is just garbage. And on the second count, they're literally just reusing this asset from an earlier game. So not only is it stupid, it's also really lazy. I don't understand this. especially after they had such a beautiful, wonderful DLC earlier. I was shocked by how good this was. It was gorgeous. Take a look. When they introduced their feathered dinosaurs pack,
Attention, park managers, prepare to welcome some new feathered species into your park.
Phenomenal here.
The Dinochirus is a heavily built large animal featuring a striking
gorgeous.
feathered ridge, an elongated snout, and two gigantic.
I mean, look at that design right there. That long stripe running down its flank is reminiscent to me of like a giant anteater, which, you know, we can argue about how subtle the reference is there. I don't think it's very subtle, but I think it is really nice. It reminds me of this. You know, that stripe on a giant anteater like that. Also, it's got that bristly integument, those bristly bits of hair like that. I think for a kind of large, hulking, sort of plodding animal like Dinochirus, that kind of look makes a lot of sense. And I think it's really good. I think it's really good.
Large animal featuring a striking feathered ridge, an elongated snout, and two gigantic forelimbs. Its impressive size provides helpful defensive capabilities. The Jaelopterus, its large eyes, multicolored feathers, and tiny frame,
not a dinosaur, but a
quite the
pterosaur.
eye-catching addition to your park.
Beautiful.
A generous wingspan enables precision in flight maneuvers, and its extra long claws ensure a smooth landing. The Sinosauropteryx, small, agile, carnivorous.
My beloved.
Up against one, prey might stand a chance, but against a pack, perhaps it won't be so lucky.
Yeah. Sinosauropteryx is just gorgeous. This is, not only is this dinosaur really well, like, just beautifully rendered, and it's got feathers and everything else, but clearly the reason they chose this dinosaur is because we actually know what colors it was. Like, we've got a pretty decent idea of what this animal actually looked like, because we have specimens that are so well preserved that not only can we see that it had feathers, we can tell what colors those feathers were based on that exquisite preservation. We know that it was mostly kind of an orangey color with white stripes running down its tail, and it may have had kind of like a bandit mask going on over its eyes. Really, really cool. And they featured that in this game, in Jurassic World Evolution 2, in this Feathered Species Pack DLC. It's so good! It's so good! Like, this is one of the best depictions I've seen of this animal. I can say that unreservedly. Like, they did a phenomenal job with this. And then, what? Yesterday they released this other DLC, and it's just absolute dog water, you know? Yeah, that reminds me, I totally forgot to change our stream category. Let's change it to Jurassic World Evolution 2 while we're talking about this. There we go. Yeah. This was so good. You know? Harry says, I think they handed the DLC projects to interns. Well, if they were interns who did this, they did phenomenal work. And they should be hired as full employees with pensions. Post-haste, you know? Yeah. Yeah. And Dirty Rumor says, well, the game is fairly old now, right? I think it came out in... When did it come out? Jurassic World Evolution 2 came out when? November 9th, 2021. The Feathered Species Pack, I think, came out last year. Yeah. gameplay, updates, and DLC. Feathered species pack, March 30th, 2023. Like, less than a year ago. Less than a year ago, the Feathered Species pack came out, and it was phenomenal. It was so good. So I don't buy the argument that, like, oh, this is an old game, they don't have the money or the wherewithal to produce good DLCs anymore. This is literally just last year, you know, that they released the Feathered Species pack, which was phenomenal, you know? Yeah. What happened? Indeed, Golganek, yeah. Yeah. This was so good right here. Anyway, I'm kind of curious about this here on Twitch. How many people are playing this right now? The DLC just came out, what, yesterday? Jurassic World Evolution 2. We've got a total of 8 viewers. Oh, no, how many viewers? And it used to tell you how many viewers at the top. But, yeah, our top, sorted by number of viewers right now, we've got 8 right here. I think if we refresh this, it'll probably, there we go. We've got 245 watching us right now. Yeah. Yeah. This guy's playing NHL. Yeah. I guess he got bored with the new DLC, huh? Not a good sign. Yeah. Yeah. They had done such a good job with the feathered critters, with these feathered dinosaurs and their pterosaur as well. Geholopterus, I think it was. Where did that go? You know?
A striking feathered ridge, an elongated snout, and 2 gigantic forelimbs, its impressive size provides helpful defensive capabilities. The Geholopterus, its large eyes, multicolored feathers,
lovely
and
pterosaur
tiny
here.
frame make for...
So whoever was putting together these designs did a phenomenal job, I think. You've got these striking color patterns like this, which feel almost like a real animal. You know? And you've got those eyes. Clearly, they were looking at, like, at images of a Neurognathus. I've seen a Neurognathus illustrations that really reminded me of it, like this right here. So this is not a dinosaur, it's a pterosaur. It's a flying reptile from the same time as the dinosaurs, lived alongside dinosaurs. But I really think that they were referencing images like this, maybe, when they were designing that. It's so good. You know? There's another lovely one there. Right here. Gorgeous, you know? Beautiful.
The Geholopterus, its large eyes, multicolored feathers, and tiny frame make for quite the eye-catching addition to your park. A generous wingspan enables precision in flight maneuvers, and its extra-long claws ensure a smooth landing. The Sinosauropteryx, small, agile, carnivorous, up against one, prey might stand a chance, but against
Gorgeous.
a pack, perhaps it won't be so lucky. The Eutyrannus
Eutyrannus.
sports 2 sharp horns and is almost entirely covered in feathers. They're known to instill fear into their enemies with their ferocious roar.
Beautiful. Beautiful. So it... I'm just frustrated by this, you know? And even in the Cretaceous Predator pack that they did here, they also had really good
Prepare
stuff.
to introduce some new powerful predators to your park.
This is actually a mixed bag here. You know, if somebody was typing into the comments that, or into the chat, sorry, that, when games like this release a DLC, when Frontier, I think, is the company that produces Jurassic World Evolution, right? Yeah.
Are beautifully rendered and pretty true to life. Some of them are of dubious quality.
Ugh.
Some of them are just outright fictional monsters.
Yeah.
The problem lies with the source material, the IP. There are talented artists and developers working on games like Jurassic World Evolution, but they're hamstrung by the intellectual property that they were hired to work with.
The dinosaurs need to look like dinosaurs you see in the films. They're not.
Yeah, executive producer from Frontier there. This poor guy. He's like, all I want to do is produce good dinosaurs. Good quality dinosaurs for the viewing public, for the gamers. Want to produce good dinosaurs for the gamers. I can't. Because of Amblin Entertainment, because of Universal. They have to look like Universal dinosaurs. You can almost hear the pain in his voice right there, you know?
The dinosaurs need to look like dinosaurs you see in the films. They're not scientifically accurate in their representation based on what our like real world scientists would do, but they need to look like universal dinosaurs.
And that's so frustrating, you know? And they ran into that problem here.
A ruthless, intelligent predator and one of the largest raptors to have ever lived.
This is gorgeous. Like, their Utah Raptor here is really good, and I like it a lot. You know?
The Utah Raptor stands as an immensely dominant species, cloaked in feathers and armed with impressively large claws. The ferociousness of this species should never be underestimated.
Concavenator, gorgeous, gorgeous.
Concavenator has a truly remarkable silhouette. This
so good.
agile theropod from the early Cretaceous period will strike fear into its enemies with a deep rumble and hiss. A gargantuan hunter, the Tarbosaurus is an aggressive carnivore, always on the lookout for its next hunt. Possessing a
And I heard from some people in the chat last time that the Tarbosaurus here, the reason it looks so dog water is because apparently there was like a Jurassic World animated kids TV series or something like that. Like, oh, Kids Corner, Jurassic World. And they had a Tarbosaurus and it looked like this in there. And so like, oh, well, that's canon. They got to make it look like that. When, you know, a decent Tarbosaurus, you really can't get much better than Tarbosaurus, the Tarbosaurus from Prehistoric Planet, which is phenomenal, you know? It's really good. Really good. The Prehistoric Planet Tarbosaurus. Pretty excellent.
Tarbosaurus. The equivalent in this desert of T-Rex. They keep everyone else away. They might bring an opportunity.
How about they're just sleeping there? Kind of like lions. You just see them sleeping most of the time.
If there is one thing that attracts flies more than a carcass, it's a sleeping tarbosaur that has been feeding on that carcass.
Oh yeah. Tarbosaurus.
The tarbosaurs move on.
lions have those flies too. I think that sequence was inspired by lions. I think Sparky Pugwash. It was like a very Darren Naish thing to suggest.
A tarbosaur.
Here's some make little noises in this. Nice, Logan. Like, oh, you cats, you mean? Beautiful depiction of Tarbosaurus. Just gorgeous, and this is what I picture a Tyrannosaur being like, you know? And just an exquisite representation of this animal. Look at that. But you've got those characteristic Tarbosaurus kind of antapomorphies there. You've got that narrow skull, narrower than Tyrannosaurus in North America. You've got the shape of the brow ridge right there, those lacrimal horns or crests up there. The shape of the jugals going into like the lower margin of the maxilla. Like just classic Tarbosaurus here. Really, really good. You know, contrast that with this, and it's just a lazy, like, kind of reskin of...
Always on the lookout for its next hunt.
Of Tyrannosaur, and you've got these ridiculous iguana spines on it, and just... Ugh. Ugh.
Possessing a sharpened, spiked ridgeback and a set of finely
No
serrated
evidence of that.
teeth, it is capable of delivering devastating terror upon its prey. The Gigantoraptor.
The Gigantoraptor is kind of in the middle for me. I like... Fruit flies, my goodness. Landed right on my face. The Gigantoraptor... would have designed the face a little differently. I like the eyeshadow there. That's fun. But, like, the beaky part of it doesn't look great. You fruit flies are really trying my... It's not fruit flies. It's one fruit fly. Really trying my patience. I assure you, there's not a single banana peel anywhere in this house right now, Gojira. I don't know why they're here. But anyway, I would have designed the beak a little different. Gigantoraptor, there have honestly been better depictions of this animal in other places. Was it Planet Dinosaur or something? Gigantoraptor. It's a really cool animal. There we go, from Dinosaur Revolution here. A little goofy, but this is an animal taller than Tyrannosaurus Rex. They're big. Like, Gigantoraptor is huge. They're enormous animals. Beautiful illustration by, it looks like Gabriele Guetto there. Enormous critters. Yeah. Super neat. We actually have evidence of them from kind of where Montana meets Idaho. Gigantic eggs that probably come from a Gigantoraptor or similar Oviraptorus, or these enormous elongatulithid eggs. Huge. Really cool. Really cool animal. So they had an opportunity in Jurassic World Evolution to make it really neat, and they slightly missed opportunity. It's not terrible. It's just not the best. And Salamander, what is this, from Ark? Let's take a look at that. You know what? I like that. I actually like that a lot. That's really not bad. A little too thick maybe in its limbs. Although as animals do get larger and heavier, the thickness of their limbs increases faster than their overall mass or volume does. So having thick limbs like that does kind of make sense. They just look a little silly being that thick, especially the fingers. Hind limbs are probably okay, but I like that overall. It's not awful. You know what? Kudos to Ark, I guess. Yeah. At any rate, it is better, I think, than Jurassic World Evolution's depiction. Maybe not as good as this one. I like the sexual dimorphism here between the males and the females. And this ridiculous soft tissue display. I love it. I kind of love it. Yeah. The dance looks a little goofy, but we do have evidence that dinosaurs like this actually had mating dances. Yeah. It is like a prairie chicken, Marielle. Yes. Yes, indeed. Yeah. And yeah, birds do have goofy dance moves. Yes, indeed. All right, all right. Wait, what? Oh, they have to introduce some drama here. I don't know what's supposed to be going on there. Anyway, let's get back to Jurassic World Evolution 2. Gigantoraptor.
Be a sizable contribution to your park. Proudly draped in feathers, this species displays fierce aggression, and its incredibly strong limbs are capable of delivering bone-crushing blows.
Yeah, cool stuff. I'm glad that they had Gigantoraptor in the game back then. And shoot, that's neat, you know? Yeah. But yeah, did it break through into a mammal burrow? I guess it did, Beards? I don't know. I haven't actually seen that program. Yeah. Kyra Ashton says that's a weird looking dog. Yeah. Kyra Ashton, Kyra Ashton is saying this.
What type of dog is this?
This is a tortoise.
Is this a cat in a hat?
No.
It's a tortoise in a shell.
Yes.
Welcome, welcome, Kyra Ashton. It's good to have you here. Welcome to Paleontologizing. You'll be seeing some more bird-like dinosaurs and dinosaur-like birds in a little bit as we get into Thursday BIRDSday. Yeah. Welcome, Kyra Ashton. You know, I don't feel like it's time for Thursday BIRDSday yet. I feel like there's more for us to do here. Why don't we go ahead and jump into another video that I saw earlier that I found... You know what? I'm going to say it. I found it troubling. And I only saw a thumbnail or a screenshot from it. Let's take a look at this right here. There we go. Tom Holtz, who dinosaur paleontologist on the East Coast. He works on tyrannosaurs and other critters like that. He retweeted this today on Twitter. And we're going to take a look at this, the Wild Times podcast. I want to say I've seen this guy's videos before in the past. Those of you who were, oh boy, and there it is. Those of you who joined me and Balint for a scientist crossover stream a few weeks ago, maybe you remember this. We were talking about this Dinocephalosaurus fossil from the Triassic of China. Yeah, Dinocephalosaurus was a fully marine reptile and even gave birth at sea, paleontologists say. Dinocephalosaurus. Some of the coverage of this animal was a little bit less, informative, a little bit more misleading. Scientists discovered 240 million-year-old dinosaur that resembles a mythical Chinese dragon. It's not a dinosaur and dragon? Oh boy. Anyway, it seems like maybe they were getting into that with this podcast here. Shoot. Yeah. And Logan says he used to be on Animal Planet, had a show about extinct animals before COVID. Really? The guy's not a paleontologist, to my knowledge. But yeah, and Dinocephalosaurus is from China, Sparky Pugwash. Yes, indeed. Here, I'll show you here. Dinocephalosaurus, the terrible-headed reptile, genus of long-necked aquatic protorosaur that inhabited the Triassic seas of China. Gorgeous specimen right there. This is the same one that they're going to be talking about. So this is a long-necked animal, not a dinosaur. In fact, it's very, very distinctly different from any kind of dinosaur. I really hope they don't say it's dinosaur-like in the video, because they will be 1,000,000% wrong. So this is an aquatic reptile that lived before the first dinosaurs, with an absurdly long neck with an absurdly long neck vertebrae. Had a very, very long, very, very stiff neck. The way that you can tell it's very, very stiff is because of those cervical ribs there. So animals like dinosaurs and other archosauromorphs, critters like that, they sometimes have what we call cervical ribs. And you can see those right there in this T-Rex skeletal cast here in Berkeley, California. See those long things protruding down from the neck vertebrae there? Those are called cervical ribs. And I think morphologically, like, those are actually like ligaments or tendons that turn to bone as the animal develops, as it grows and matures. But they're called cervical ribs, and those are like an anchor point for various, like for neck muscles right there. And they're also meant to kind of inhibit the flexibility of the neck. They keep the neck from being too flexible. They keep the vertebrae from becoming dislocated. They kind of keep everything in place like that. Yeah. And so with an animal like Tanystropheus, or indeed Dinocephalosaurus, they've got crazy, crazy long cervical ribs that are meant to stiffen that neck. So these guys had immensely long necks that were also very, very stiff. So they could not tie their neck into a knot because they don't have very many vertebrae. The vertebrae are super elongate like that. And they've got these long cervical ribs to help stiffen it as well. A dislocated neck sounds suboptimal to Real Men Grow Beards. I would agree. Beards, yeah. A dislocated neck, probably the last thing you want to dislocate is literally your neck. You know? Sparky Pugwash asked, would they swipe left and right to sweep for fish? I don't know. Maybe a little bit. Kind of the way that I envision these guys catching fish is like they would kind of like approach a shoal of fish underwater. They'd be walking or swimming along the bottom. And then they approach a shoal of fish. And then they kind of sweep their neck in that direction. And then that long neck may have actually helped with suction. So kind of my idea for how they would have captured fish in the first place is by opening up their mouth and just going, and basically just like sucking up a bunch of water to bring a fish into there. And then they clamp their jaws around it. They use those needle-like teeth to just grab the fish, and then they swallow it down. But having a really long neck like this might help in situations where maybe you're in kind of murky water, and maybe you can get closer to a shoal of fish if they can't see your body. If your head is basically similar size to those fish, and you can just kind of sneak that small head in behind them at the end of a super stupidly long neck, and then you just go, just suck them up like that. Like a vacuum, kind of, Sparky Pugwash. Yeah, you know what? It's kind of like, you know, if there's, say you're trying to catch a spider on your wall. Say there's a black widow spider on your wall. And rather than being a good person and just, you know, catching it with a postcard and a cup and bringing it outside, instead you want to murder the spider because you're a bad person. Maybe you want to, I guess you would use, like, the hose that comes off the vacuum for that, you know? That's not a good analogy because I don't know, because the spider's not going to swim away like a fish will, but you get the idea. I don't know. Yeah, just makes you a little bit more more mobile, excuse me. Yeah. And think how a grouper eats, says Reanimated Bit. Yeah, yeah. So groupers do eat like that. Yes, indeed. Yeah, here's a grouper eating a shark. Holy cow.
Oh, wow, yeah, there's three right there. Oh, what do they have there?
I love to hear the narration of the scientists and technicians and other people in a video like this, because like these are my people, you know? And you hear the wonderment, you hear the like, oh my goodness, you hear that discovery in their voices there, and that's so cool.
Oh my
It's a feeding frenzy. Oh my gosh.
Those look like dogfish to me. Maybe
What are they
spiny
eating?
dogfish?
A swordfish?
This is so rare to be able to see something like this.
Very cool.
This is a really good example of how carbon from the surface or the midwater is transferred down into the benthos and consumed by other organisms.
Yeah.
So this is really seeing this whole cycle of carbon transfer in action, which I don't think we've ever seen this before.
Don't get too attached to these
definitely have
dogfish.
not.
These sharks.
You know, we're getting close to the end of our dive, and to be able to observe these animals in their natural habitat feeding is pretty remarkable.
Oh, big grouper.
Yeah. Big old grouper there.
I'll just give you my message up front. Try not to go extinct.
Kyra Ashton, good advice. Thanks for the follow. Welcome, welcome. Yeah, there's a grouper also known, sometimes these are called sea bass, but they're grouper, you know? Anyway.
Oh, the grouper's got a shark. What?
Zoom out,
zoom out, zoom out, zoom out.
Oh my god!
Yeah.
Oh my god!
Wow. We didn't actually see it suck it in, but...
What?
Yes, that has a whole shark in its mouth.
No way.
Yep.
More evidence, really, of how these systems work.
Wild.
Wow.
That fish probably won't
remember
eat
this
again
forever.
for another month or something. I don't know. But yeah, they eat by here. Let's see if we can find a. That's a kind of teleost fish. Teleost fishes are the majority of bony fishes today. The majority of actinopterygian fishes, ray fin fishes, I should say. The ray-finned fishes are here, and the majority of them, by species count, are teleost fishes. And teleosts have a specialized kind of jaw morphology for sucking in prey. Let me see if I can find that for you. Teleost jaws. Do we not have a video about this? We should. And YouTube search just gets worse and worse, it feels. They're like, oh, well, I know that these aren't related to your search, but I'm going to throw them in there anyway. Like, buzz off. Here, let's take a look at this. This is an example of a teleost fish here. So teleost fish have movable jaws like this. Yeah. So as they're doing that, they're actually forming a zone of low pressure that sucks the prey into their mouth. Yeah. This is a pretty extreme example of that, but bass and trout and perch and other, like bluegills, do the same thing. There you go. Yeah, teleost fish have that. This fish is just a particularly extreme example, you know? Yeah. Neat stuff. Yeah, and I'm trying to find you more. Man, fish YouTube is lacking, it seems. The great feeding innovation in fish. Maybe we'll take a look at this. From Benjamin Berger.
Welcome to Utah State University's Vertebrate Paleontology course. My name is Benjamin Berger, and in this lecture we're going to discuss the major evolutionary innovation in the more advanced modern fish called the teleos.
Yeah!
This innovation resulted in the origin of the most diverse group of living vertebrates today. This evolutionary innovation involved a new mechanism of feeding and a change in the organization of the anterior bones of the skull involved in feeding. In sharks and other chondrichthyans, the bite of the jaws is accomplished by a series of cartilaginous bones that move to open and close the jaws, as well as push the upper and lower jaw forward. When this involves the hyomandibula, it's called the holostelic jaw, which we've already discussed. In the early ray fin archaeopterygian fish, the jaw was only a single joint involved in the opening and closing of the mouth.
Like in Gar,
We see
like
this in the
Lepisosteus
late
there.
Devonian
Yeah.
fossil fish Mimipiscius, in which the maxilla is fully fused onto the skull.
Anyway, we get that.
The osteus in a living maxilla bone, but no, maxilla bone becomes a totally different bone, a bone that only operates as a joint to extend out the premaxilla into a pucker,
like
pushing
that.
the premaxillary bone forward. This opens up the mouth into a pucker-like tube for quickly sucking in prey and food from the water. It also provides a great deal of mobility of the mouth. Now, you've likely seen this major innovation in feeding when you fed your pet goldfish. The maxilla bone pushes out the premaxilla, forming this wide open mouth that sucks in the food down into the throat.
Is that making sense? Have you seen this before, chat? Because I know I have. Next time that you see a fish feeding, if it's a teleost fish like this, and chances are most ray-finned fishes, I should say, that you encounter in a given day will have this kind of apparatus, you know? Catabriggle says, that's how I eat. Well, there you go. Yeah.
In teleosts, the maxillary bone as well as the dentary bone no longer serve as the primary tooth-bearing bones. They become involved in providing this pucker to the mouth. Now, several new bones are also added in more advanced forms, such as the tenoethmoid, and these anterior skull bones are really very mobile, and they're not fused to the rest of the skull. In fossils, they often dislocate. We can see how during the opening of the mouth, these bones are not tightly joined, but are separated by skin, tendons, and muscles that serve to open the mouth into this large basket or net. Now, there's two key things to think about with the origin of teleost fish and their great diversity. The first is that the mouth is composed of very mobile bones that can be adapted to a great variety of feeding strategies. And second is that the teeth are no longer just associated with the maxilla, premaxilla, and dentary, but they become more associated with these structures in the throat, including the tongue, the roof of the mouth, and even the gill arches. Now, the classification of the major group...
Anyway, I'll give you a link to this video if you'd like to learn more about that. But the point is that, like, once fishes develop this ability to kind of, like, suck in prey like this, they really take off after that. The teleost fish are the fishes that we're talking about, and there are close to 35,000 species of teleost fish nowadays. Here, I can just click this, right? How do I open this? Anyway, yeah, teleost fish. Over 26,000 species have been described, and there are many more that have not been described yet. This is like the largest clade of modern fishes, I guess, of its rank. That doesn't really make sense. But anyway, this is the premier group of fishes today, the teleosts. You know, it could almost be like... almost like an advertising campaign, you know? Like, if it's not a teleost, it's not a fish. Or something like that. If it's not a teleost fish, it's stuck in the past. Or something like that. These are the, like, dominant modern group of fishes. There are more species of teleost fish than any other species of ray-finned fish like this. And they see a major radiation during the Cretaceous period. So toward the end of the age of dinosaurs, these fish just explode in diversity and kind of take over the world to the point where most fishes today that you think about, if you were to name a fish, Chad, as long as it's on a coelacanth or a gar or something like that, it's going to be a teleost. You know? You name a ray-finned fish. As long as it's not a gar or a bichir or a lungfish, or lungfish are not ray fin fish. Anyway, you know, it's like, there you go. Yeah, yeah. Caterpiggle says, if it's not a teleost. Oh, non-teleosts are so yesterday. There you go. Yeah, Casey Snowart practically writes itself. Yeah. Good to see you, Casey. I hope you're doing well. Yeah. And Kyra Ashton says, so question for everyone. Since we have only discovered 5% of the ocean, do you think a prehistoric fish might still live in the deep, dark ocean? That's happened before, Kyra Ashton. We've discovered prehistoric fishes and the deep, dark ocean. It's happened. There might still be some lurking down. Well, there are definitely some fishes that we've not discovered yet, for certain. Absolutely. Let's see if I can find you a brief video about the coelacanth. Yeah. Let's see if this is any good. Or it's tough to find a brief one. We had a big old stream about coelacanths recently, but let's take a look at this. Yeah. So coelacanths are a group of fishes that were thought to have gone extinct at the same time as the non-bird dinosaurs,
A young woman
at the end of the
was
Cretaceous.
a curator at a small museum in South Africa, a place called Port Elizabeth, and on Christmas Eve 1939, the sea captain, who she had a good relationship with.
Port Elizabeth? What? No, it was New London, South Africa. I'm sorry, what? Port Elizabeth, South Africa. Not things to do. Port Elizabeth, South Africa. They got the wrong... Oh, boy. They literally have the wrong... I think they have the wrong location there. That kind of turns me off from this video. Shoot. Well, we'll continue it. Whatever. It's short. Yeah.
A young woman was a curator at a small museum in South Africa, a place called Port Elizabeth, and on Christmas Eve 1939, the sea captain, who she had a good
I
relationship.
don't think it was Port Elizabeth. I'm sorry, chat, that I'm getting hung up on this, but I really think this is incorrect. Marjorie Courtney Latimer was her name. And she brought to the attention of the world the existence of the coelacanth, the fish thought to have been extinct for 65 million years. There she is right there. Big paleo salute to Marjorie Courtney Latimer. And yeah, she was born in East London, South Africa. I'm not seeing anything about Elizabeth. Does not show up in the article. It was not Port Elizabeth. That part is wrong. Latimer's Landing is not in Port Elizabeth. Latimer's Landing, South Africa is in East London, South Africa. So yeah, East London is right there on the map. So take note of where this is, chat. You got it? Okay. Now in the video, they're saying it's Port Elizabeth. No, it's up here. It's literally a different place. East London's like right here. Oh boy. Oh boy. They got that part wrong. Not great.
Had a good relationship with, said that they'd caught a fish that no one had ever
Anyway.
seen before, which is really weird because people have been fishing off the coast of South Africa since the 1700s. So it got sent to an eminent ichthyologist in South Africa.
But let's hope the rest of this is
believe
good.
It was the discovery of the century. Here was an animal that we thought was extinct for 65, 70 million years, and yet
Yeah.
here it was swimming around off the coast of South
This part is true.
So it was a sensation, but of course the question was, where the hell does it live? Because no one's ever seen it off the coast of South Africa before, so it must be what's called a waif. So it's just carried in currents down. A young man was on a sailing adventure in the Indian Ocean. He took these flyers with him. This was in the early 50s. He came to the Comorian archipelago, which is that little volcanic archipelago just off northeast of Madagascar. Showed people the flyer. Have you seen this fish? And they said, yeah, we see it. You know, it's kind of rare. We catch them occasionally. They taste horrible.
Gombessa, they called it.
This was the home of the
Gombessa.
coelacanth.
That's the local people
just
called it.
off these volcanic Comorian islands. But turns out there's another species of coelacanth alive, and that lives off Sulawesi, and it's an Indonesian coelacanth. So now we know there are 2 living species of coelacanth, which is really pretty incredible.
And we did a whole stream about this in December on what I call Fishmas. Yeah. What day is it today?
Daylight. But what day? Hello, you there, boy.
What? Me, sir?
Yes, you, my good fellow. What day is today?
Today? Why, it's Fishmas Day, of course.
Fishmas Day?
I haven't missed it.
Well, hello, everybody, and welcome back to Paleontologizing. It is so good to have you here, and a very happy Fishmas Day to you. A Merry Fishmas Day to us all. I'm so glad you're here today. I've been so excited for this stream. We're celebrating coelacanths today. To me, Christmas will always be associated with coelacanths, and you'll find out why today. If you have never heard of this remarkable fish before, and holy cow, are you in for a treat today? Oh man, I'm excited. It's gonna be a good stream.
There's Marjorie Courtney Latimer there in the background, behind my beard.
Merry Fishmas to you, Wind 258528. Why do I always get your name wrong? It's good that you're here. I'm glad that you're here. Welcome back. Anyway, good stuff. And here's my coelacanth over here. Let me go grab that. Yeah. Yes. Latimeria chalumnae. The West Indian coelacanth here. One of only 2 known species of coelacanth around today. Remarkable animals. Remarkable fish. Intelligent fish. But yeah. Anyway. We only know of 2 species of coelacanth that are around today. Somebody Caterpillar says, do we know why the coelacanth was so successful? I mean, kind of wasn't. That's the thing, is that coelacanths today are very rare. There's only 2 species. This used to be an incredibly common kind of fish. There used to be hundreds or thousands of species of these critters. Now there's only 2. So the question is why? We know they took a big hit in diversity when the asteroid hit 66 million years ago. It was truly a hard day's night for them. Yeah, and today they are critically endangered. Yeah, Sparky Pugwash. Yes, indeed. We know of 2 extant populations of the coelacanth. Here, let's jump from teleosts to coelacanths. Yeah. There we go. So we've got the West Indian coelacanth, Latimeria chelumnae. That's the one I just showed you, 3D printed. And we've got the Sulawesi coelacanth, or the Indonesian coelacanth, Latimeria manatoensis. Just 2 species around today. Not very many. Not very many at all, especially since there were so many different species back in the day. Lots and lots and lots of different species of coelacanth back in the day. Now we've only got 2 that we know of. However, there is a chance that more species of coelacanth still ply the ocean's depths, forsaking extinction and remaining undiscovered. There's a wonderful book here I'd like to share with you. This is not some sort of pseudoscience, cryptozoology nonsense. This is legit. Let me show you. Shoot, where'd I put that book? Over here somewhere. Where's my coelacanth book? Pause the music for now until we find the book. If I were smart, I'd keep it right here. But obviously I'm not. I don't know where I put that. I don't know where I put that, chat. I'm sorry. Anyway, there are whispers that there could be other populations of coelacanths living in other parts of the world, in kind of unexplored regions of the ocean, maybe off the coast of South America. And it's still... Where did I put that book? I've got it packed away in a box somewhere or something, or else I would show you. But there was apparently like an archaeological artifact, which I know sounds weird, but that is a potential clue. There could be another relic population of coelacanths somewhere. There is a silver, like, votive. I think I'm using the right word there. Yeah. Like a little candle holder thing, but it was in the shape of a coelacanth. And it is unmistakable as a coelacanth. It's like this thing was definitely modeled after a coelacanth. And it seems to have been produced in like 16th century Mexico. Long before the scientific discovery of the coelacanth. And half a world away. Not off the coast of South Africa, not in the Indonesian archipelago, but it's produced by a silversmith in Mexico in the 16 or 1700s. So there's, I guess, two major possibilities there. Possibility A is that it's a fake, a forgery, or a recent creation based on a coelacanth. It's a hoax. Possibility B is that it is actually authentic, and it is actually from the 16 or 1700s or whatever, and actually represents a silversmith's depiction of a fish that the local population was familiar with, which would be a coelacanth, which would mean that there is a population of coelacanths that are living, or were living, in a place where these people would have encountered them. It's interesting stuff, you know? But yeah. Anyway, Dinosaur World Somerville. Interesting, Dinosaur Dave. Never heard of that before. But yeah. Do you think we coelacanth find another one? There was a quote in the book by a coelacanth expert, and they're like, I find this rather convincing. This could mean that there is another population of coelacanths somewhere else in the world. And this researcher concluded their statement by saying, I can only hope that we never find them. Because that would probably be what's best for this population of coelacanths. That they remain uncollected, unexploited by human beings. And there's something beautiful about that. There's also something heartbreaking about that sentiment, you know? But yeah. Oh, that's an excellent question, Nick Leon 42. We'll get to that in a minute, but what is this? Dinosaur World Somerville. Dinosaur Dave. Oh, they've got these, big robotic dinosaurs. That's interesting. Huh. Yeah. Neat. That's cool, Dinosaur Dave. You're encountering this on your big road trip across Australia? Very cool. And how many species living extinct do we know of? What do you mean, Charcone? Of coelacanth, or species in general of organisms? Because there's well over 1 million. Yeah. But Nick Leon has got a really excellent question for us. I was talking about this last night with Blint. When we did a scientist crossover stream. Nick Leon wants to know, in your perspective, what are the conditions needed to create a modern-day Lagerstätte? So, Lagerstätte are fossil assemblages that have got exquisite preservation. It's really the preservation that defines a Lagerstätte formation. And there's a few things that go into that. The Lagerstadt is a German word. It means storage or lair and place. So storage place. German is such a beautifully literal language. He's a very literal person. I appreciate that, I guess. We've got a list of different Lagerstätte formations here. It seems like kind of the common theme with Lagerstätten is that you've got a marine or lacustrine setting, so either at the bottom of the ocean or at the bottom of a lake. You've got very fine-grained sediment in there. So when we're talking about just gorgeous fossil specimens like we have in Liaoning in China, like our beloved Sinosauropteryx right there. We were talking about Sinosauropteryx earlier in today's stream. This kind of angelic fossil preservation, whether it's for Sinosauropteryx or Sinornithosaurus, like the famous Dave specimen right there, or whether we're talking about Geholornis or any other fossil specimens like this, which often include feathers, that kind of exquisite preservation that actually preserves soft tissue like feathers or skin or guts sometimes. You've got to have very, very fine-grained sediment for that. So a modern Lagerstätte, if you were to have a setting that would create this kind of fossil today in our modern age, it would have to have nice, kind of still, calm water with kind of an anoxic environment there. Something going on to keep bacteria from growing, to keep fishes from picking away and eating the soft tissues. You've got to have, like I said, very fine-grained sediment that might come from, like, volcanic ash or something like that. So the kinds of places that I would maybe look for might be like a lagoonal setting. Maybe like places where maybe limestone is being deposited today. And those places can be hard to find. Maybe like the modern Caribbean. Or the bottom of like a volcanic lake or something like that. After a recent eruption. Something like that. I hope that is... Nick Leon, I hope that answers your question in a satisfactory way. Let me know if I haven't, and I'll dive into more detail or something. But yeah. Kyra Ashton says, if we was to bring back a dinosaur, which do you think would be the best to study, or the best to bring back and study?
What are dinosaurs?
Kalamacow. I appreciate the follow and the question. Well, dinosaurs are a group of archosauriform reptiles, which later gave rise to birds. They all descended from a single common ancestor. If you descend from that ancestor, you are a dinosaur by the cladogenetic definition. Dinosaurs are a specific group of I was going to say mostly extinct reptiles, but we've got birds today, and we've got many, many species of them, and we'll be talking about them very shortly as we get into Thursday BIRDSday. Yeah. The next thing... Oh, good, Nick Leon. Good. Thanks for being here. I appreciate you. Yeah. And, Kyra Ashton, if we were to bring back a dinosaur, what do you think would be the best to bring back and study? When you say bring back a dinosaur, do you mean in a time machine? Do you mean through some sort of genetic engineering magic a la the film Jurassic Park? Do you mean from the supermarket, says Murph? Yeah. Common Cow says, don't tell ornithologists that. No, ornithologists already know. They know that birds are dinosaurs. They know, believe me. Yeah. Through Dragon Ball. Rated G chat here, Commodore. PG. Careful. I'm just kidding. Sorry, I'm making a joke that's dirtier than your joke, Commodore. That's, yeah. Anyway. Yeah. Through generic engineering. Yeah. I don't know. Sometimes I get the question, like, Danny, what do you think? Which dinosaur would make the best pet? We could bring back any non-avian Mesozoic dinosaur as a pet. What would you choose? And my standard answer for this is usually Culindrodromeus. This is a lovely little ornithischian dinosaur. It's not quite an ornithopod. It's like a non-ornithopod ornithischian. But these guys, they don't have big sharp claws or teeth necessarily. They're not carnivorous. They're not going to eat your other pets. They're fuzzy, fluffy, even. Probably very huggable. Culindrodromeus. Yeah. It'd be like hugging a big, heavy owl if the owl also had claws on its hands and a big, scaly tail. Culindrodromeus. Yeah, and you're good, Kira Ashton. You're good. You're good. No worries. I'm sorry. I hope I wasn't... You don't feel like I was making fun of you. I appreciate you, Kyra Ashton, for your question. Culindrodromeus, I think, is it would make a decent pet, I think. But if I could bring back any dinosaur to study, say I got an NSF grant, a National Science Foundation grant, for $100 gazillion to build a time machine and bring a dinosaur into the present day to study, a non-avian Mesozoic dinosaur. Which dinosaur would I pick?
Tradoon.
Tradoon beards, there we go. Not to give more abuse to Luca. My name is Luca. I live on the 2nd floor. I'm more basal to you. Oh boy. Anyway, super dramatic. Planet of Dinosaurs, or Dinosaurs of the Planet, or Planet Dino... whatever this documentary was called. I forget. Very dramatic. But yeah. Yeah. Anyway. Why do they always show the violence? SV Harkin, because you know if it bleeds, it leads. Science documentaries. Dinosaur Revolution! Oh, sorry. The one with the serial killer Torvus. Wait, what? I need to watch this, Salamander. A friend and colleague of mine is currently redescribing Torvosaurus. Yeah. Hey, Kyra says, so would they have had feathers or scales? That is a phenomenal question, Kyra. We really don't know. So in this documentary, Eoraptor is shown with scales here. But we don't know if they had feathers or scales at this point. The fossils that we have of Eoraptor are not well preserved enough to have any kind of integument. Any skin or feathers on top. All we have is bones. There are... Here, if you look at depictions of Eoraptor, there we go. Most artists portray them with scales, but other artists portray them with feathers. And we really don't know if they had feathers or scales on their bodies. Scales are kind of the classic depiction here, but you find other beautiful depictions of them with feathers. So we really don't know. Here's one of my very favorite books, In the Presence of Dinosaurs. Gorgeous, gorgeous book. Patter Pickle says, how do we know they weren't just bones? It really makes you think. Sure. There we go. We got manual focus on this camera, which I really like. New World Order. We've got the rise of dinosaurs here, like Eoraptor. Eoraptor here, one of the first dinosaurs, and Larry Felder has chosen to portray it with proto-feathers all over its body. There is a decent chance that the earliest dinosaurs, like Eoraptor, actually had coats of proto-feathers on their bodies. We don't know for sure. We don't know. We don't know whether they did or didn't have this, because the fossils are not well preserved enough to have integument. But here's a tantalizing mystery, if there ever was one. Here. Bit of background here. Kind of ease us into this. What is a dinosaur and what isn't? So dinosaurs first originated about 240 million years ago, give or take a few. What's a few million years between friends, you know? And this is supposed to be Eoraptor right here, I presume. Eoraptor. If you evolve from this critter, you are a dinosaur. That's the definition of what a dinosaur is. Dinosaurs are defined, like all other critters, by ancestry. So if you evolve from this critter, you are a dinosaur. That's why birds are dinosaurs up here, because they evolved from earlier feathered, two-legged, meat-eating dinosaurs called theropods. Anyway, Eoraptor's right here. Just outside of the dinosaur family tree, a critter that is not a dinosaur, but is very close to dinosaurs, is a pterosaur. Pterosaurs are commonly known as pterodactyls. They are flying reptiles that lived at the same time as the dinosaurs. Pterosaurs are what we call them. Pterosaurs have these things called pycnofibers. We call them pycnofibers. It's a kind of like hairy, fuzzy covering that in very, very well-preserved pterosaurs, we know that they had a kind of like fuzzy covering to them. The question is here, are these pycnofibers from these critters that are very, very close to the first dinosaurs, is that similar to the proto-feathers that theropod dinosaurs have? Are these actually feathers? Does the evolution of feathers predate the dinosaurs? Do feathers evolve right here or later on as you get closer to birds? The fuzzy stuff that these guys have, is that actually feathers? And it's a big question right now. We're still kind of figuring this out, you know? This is a big mystery at present. We really don't have a hard and firm answer to this yet. So we're still figuring it out. But here's the thing. If what pterosaurs have is feathers, if those are proto-feathers there, these little hair-like feathers, almost like you see on a kiwi bird or something, but even more like primitive than that. If these guys had feathers, that means that feathers predate the dinosaurs, which means that dinosaurs, by default, had feathers. And later groups, you know, that evolve.
Or herbivores had as many as 2,000 teeth in their jaws at one time.
Airboss.
Is there a missing link between the pterosaurs and dinosaurs?
Kind of, Airboss, yeah. Yeah. And if that critter had feathers, it would change a lot about the way that we think about dinosaurs. 39 months of support from CMC Airboss. Thank you, Airboss, for that incredible duration of support. I really appreciate it. Thank you for that. Good stuff. Yeah. So yeah, right now we're dealing with a very incomplete set of fossils here. We don't have all the evidence yet. There will be more discoveries which happen in the future. I'm sure of it. But right now, we're not sure if all dinosaurs ancestrally had feathers. Certain groups would have lost them later, like the hadrosaurs and ceratopsians. We don't think... We've got preserved skin from these animals later on. So we know at least when they were adults, they didn't have feathers. But maybe their hatchlings had feathers. And that is the scenario that's laid out in this book. I think Larry Felder was ahead of his time with this book. One of the reasons why I love it so much is that his depiction of these animals, I think, had a tremendous amount of foresight. There we go. A baby duckbill dinosaur with feathers all over its body. As you notice, the adults in his depiction do not have feathers. They're big animals. They don't need to have feathers for warmth. But the babies do have feathers in this depiction. And I think it makes a lot of sense. And you know what? He's probably right. He's probably right. But we don't know yet. We don't know yet. So yeah, down blanket for the babies. Yes, indeed, Berryman. Yes, indeed. Look at that. So incredibly cute there. One of the reasons why I love this book so much. So yeah. Yeah. Anyway. Cool stuff. Anyway, today the only animals that are alive that have feathers are, of course, this branch of the Dinosauria, what we call birds. And today just so happens to be Thursday BIRDSday. And I think without further ado, it is time for us to jump into Thursday BIRDSday here. If any of you are new and you're wondering what in the world is Thursday BIRDSday... Oh no, we gotta do Metazoic too. Well, no, we'll do Metazoic tomorrow. It's fine. We got today's done. We'll do tomorrow's tomorrow. It'll be fine. And there's a type of boa that has feathers, says Tommy Plodicus. Har har har. Let's look up the legendary feather boa. Is this Quetzalcoatl? The legendary feathered serpent here? A feather boa? My goodness. Yeah. I appreciate the joke there, Tommy Plodicus. Yeah. No, they killed them. Yeah. And they're wearing them! No, thankfully this is just, these are probably turkey feathers, I'm guessing. In this feather boa. But yeah, not like a boa constrictor. And I don't think that's synthetic. Like, I actually see, like, veins coming off of the rachis in the center of these. Those are authentic, those are real feathers. Right there, yeah. Genuine ostrich feather boa. Those are actual ostrich feathers. Yeah. That's how the great egret almost went extinct. Oh no, Neverwinterful. Well, we're going to get into Thursday BIRDSday right here. And we're going to celebrate our modern dinosaurs, which still fly amongst us today. Let's go ahead and get into Thursday BIRDSday. Here we go.
Hold on, something's coming out of here. Look, there's a bird, dude. It knows what's good. I'm telling you, I just heard it inside.
I don't care if Monday's blue, Tuesday's gray and Wednesday too. Thursday, I don't care about you. It's Thursday.
Thursday BIRDSday.
Birds are all around us in everyday life. But most of the time we hardly even notice them. Thursday BIRDSday is a step toward correcting this oversight. Do you want to be part of Thursday BIRDSday?
I don't know.
Here's how you can contribute. Go outside during the week and pay special attention to the birds around you. See if you can take a picture of a bird. It doesn't have to be a good picture, any old photo will do. Upload the picture to the Discord and we will discuss it on Thursday. Simple as that. Thursday BIRDSday is an invitation to go outside and appreciate the grandeur of the natural world. It's a reminder that, since birds are theropods, dinosaurs still enrich our daily lives.
It's great!
And finally, it's a celebration of the amazing history of life on our planet. So, happy Thursday BIRDSday!
Well, happy Thursday BIRDSday to all of you here. I'm glad you could be here to celebrate with me. Yeah. We are going to be getting into some bird photos which have been posted by members of the Discord. We'll be celebrating these creatures. So, F, what are you talking about here? Oh, sorry, you freaked me out for a second there. Anyway. Yeah, for dodos. Okay, okay. Thursday BIRDSday. Let's do it. And let's see what wonderful birds we have here for Thursday BIRDSday. First off, from Smorphosaurus, we've got this little bird ran into the window of a store near the movie theater I was going to. I was killing time and I found it. Hope it was okay. That's a starling right there. As it wasn't there when I checked, because after the movie was finished, I pet it before I went into the theater. Precious little thing. I have no idea what bird it is. That is a European starling right there. Smorphosaurus. And they are remarkable little birds. Yeah. They are invasive in North America. They are hated by most bird people. But, yeah, shoot. Here. Yeah, here, take a look at this right here.
The idea for this book was really sudden, actually. I had heard about the story of Mozart's
Lovely
starling
book.
for years, probably even decades. But one day I was looking out the window of this study and a flock of starlings appeared on the grass, and I just became obsessed with the notion that this brilliant composer had as a companion this very common and what is in our country a reviled bird. Here they're a non-native invasive species. Conservationists like me, nature writers like me, are supposed to hate starlings. So that sort of dissonance was very interesting to me. So
Beautiful book.
I flew
Love
to
this book.
Salzburg. I flew to Vienna. I read all of his biographies and his letters. And then perhaps the craziest thing I did was rescue a 5-day-old starling chick and raise her in our
The
household.
fruit fly in my drink.
This is Carmen. She's 4 years old now, and she is very much a part of our life. I don't know if she's part of our human family or we're her starling flock. I think it's actually a little bit of both.
Lovely book. Really, really lovely book. Starlings are incredible, incredible birds. Shoot, let's see. Starling... well, Starling R2-D2 to start with. Take a look at this.
Gonna give him a kiss. Gonna give him a kiss. Gonna give him a kiss. Gonna give him a kiss.
They're remarkably good at imitation.
My sweet turd. My sweet turd bird. Who's my precious jabby bird? Who's my precious jabby bird? Who's my precious jabby bird? Who's my sweet jabby angel? Who's my precious? Who's my sweet jabby angel?
Ah! Starlings. Amazing, amazing birds.
He's so sweet.
Yeah, and there was a starling that was taught to actually recite facts about starlings. Let's see, trying to find that here. Yeah, this is the story of a European starling that mimics words relevant to the species' invasive introduction to the North American continent. These birds are not native to North America. This baby starling was found in Michigan in May of 2015. Because starlings are an introduced species that can cause problems for native songbirds, They are not well liked by local birders. No wildlife rehabilitators in our area would take the bird. Yeah, Nature on the Go is a Michigan-based business that provides nature education programs to various organizations throughout the state. Because our focus is on Michigan ecology, all of our live animals used during programs represent local wildlife. Very cool. Although starlings are not native to North America, they are now a common resident in Michigan parks and backyards, as they are throughout much of the United States. Therefore, we decided to make a lifelong commitment to the bird and train it to be one of our educational animals or animal ambassadors. Oh, look at that fledgling starling. Yeah. Starting to feed itself there. By the end of July 2015, it was starting to get its adult plumage. They're great vocal mimics, and by December, our bird had started to become more vocal, mimicking various words it had heard us say. Yeah, this is so cool. I mean, this kind of bird is hated by most birders because these birds are not native to North America. They were introduced here in, I think, the late 1800s. They've since kind of taken over the continent, and they are now just running rampant. They are taking nest sites that could belong to other birds. They're, like, driving other birds out of their homes and stuff. This is considered like a, you know, I've heard people call them rats of the skies. But even the most reviled of birds are still beautiful and incredibly interesting. Not wanting the bird to be some sort of novelty act, yet recognizes its growing vocabulary, we guided the bird to mimic phrases relevant to the species' introduction to the North American continent. First, we focused on its name. Next, we focused on the point of origin, why they were brought here. Yeah, Central Park in New York City. Yeah. William Shakespeare. Yeah.
Central Park, New York City, European starling. William Shakespeare, Shakespeare bird.
Yeah.
European starling. William Shakespeare, Shakespeare bird, Shakespeare bird.
Yep.
European starling.
Yeah, the wild individuals can learn the calls of up to 20 different species of birds. Probably more, up to 20. I mean, anytime you hear a statistic like that, it's like, I'm sure there's not a hard limit at 20. But yeah. Yeah. And I'm looking for a decent video right here.
Alright, y'all, this is the European...
Yeah, anyway, we're going to continue. Anyway, Smorf, what you saw was a European starling there. Beautiful bird. Very common in North America. They're not from here. They're gorgeous, just by virtue of being a bird. They're remarkable animals. So I have very mixed feelings about them. Yeah. Up to 100% flake-free. There you go. Yeah. And Caterpiggle says, do we know of times when species were invasive without human intervention? Absolutely, Caterpiggle. That's what we call Gabby. Gabby was a time like this. The Great American Biotic Interchange. There was a time when North and South America, well, there was a time when they weren't connected. It's only very recently that they finally ended this whole will they, won't they thing, and they finally mwah, they finally kissed there at the Isthmus of Panama in between North and South America. And when they did that, North American animals moved south, South American animals moved north, and it was a big shakeup. This is like one of the great stories in vertebrate paleontology in the history of life on Earth was during, I think, the Pliocene, when you've got all of these South American species here, like glyptodonts and giant ground sloths and terror birds and opossums that moved north, and then down south moved elephants and saber-toothed cats and horses and peccaries and critters like that. So the Great American Biotic Interchange is a really, really interesting time in Earth history, not too long ago. And there you, Claire Burr beat me to it. There you go, Claire. Yes, there's the link. The green species, the kind of olive green ones, are ones that moved north from South America. The blue ones are ones that moved south from North America. So horses and llamas and elephants, saber-toothed cats and foxes and skunks and tapirs all moved south from North America. Critters that moved north from South America are armadillos and giant ground sloths and capybaras and toxodonts and terror birds like Titanus. So yeah, like the fish on this graphic. The fish is actually a really interesting story that I wish I knew more about, but I don't. There are freshwater fishes that cannot exist in the ocean, but can exist in freshwater, that moved from South America into North America because there were rivers across that tiny Isthmus of Panama. They swam up the rivers and creeks and streams from South America into North America because they can only exist in fresh water. Isn't that awesome? Yeah. 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 Even freshwater fish migrated. So, various kinds of cichlids. Yeah. Moved north. Really cool stuff. So yeah, a lot of the critters that we have here in North America today, like for instance, one of my favorite North American mammals. I love them so much. The Virginia opossum. They moved north during this interchange there. It's cool stuff. Yeah, cool stuff. Anyway, yeah. I once watched a talk. I attended a talk by a paleontologist who was specifically studying pulses of migration between South America and North America by freshwater fishes, and they were actually able to trace like when these fishes were able to move across, because these things kind of ebb and flow, and sea levels rose and fell and rose and fell. So it's not like there was one distinct moment in time when suddenly everybody could move across a land bridge. It's not like they're waiting there at Black Friday to all stampede across, grab flat screen TVs or whatever. It's like, this is... Various critters would move before other critters. Various critters could swim the short distance in between before and stuff like that. And then the sea level would rise and fall, and sometimes it's dry land and sometimes it's not. Sometimes there'd be rivers and creeks running across it and sometimes not. But yeah, those freshwater fishes, like, you can actually see pulses of their migration in the fossil record during this interchange. It's really, really cool stuff, and I really wish that I had taken better notes. Or any notes at all during that talk, because it was really, really interesting stuff. Yeah. So yeah. Bojangle Jenkins says, at what point does an invasive species become a native species? I think when they're not introduced by humans. So this is an example of invasive species invading before humans had ever evolved. We're not even in the picture at this point. I think invasive is kind of... I I think of it personally as a human thing. Human introduced. Oh, yeah. Yeah. Anyway. And yeah, there you go. Seraphina. Yeah, rats are a huge reason why the dodo went extinct. Rats being introduced to the island of Mauritius. Yeah. Yeah. And non-human invasiveness is just migration, isn't it? It's a good question, Beards. It's a good question. I like to think of it that way, but you might get different answers from different Cenozoic paleontologists about that. You know? Yeah, tumbleweed. Yes, Nick Leon. Yeah. I remember the first time I hit a tumbleweed with my car. I thought it was really funny. Like, oh no, there's this thing going across the road, and I hit it. Thankfully, it wasn't an animal. Kyra Ashton says, so humans came from apes, but what did apes come from? From earlier primates, Kyra Ashton. Yeah. From earlier primates. And you can trace that back a long ways. So, here. I once made a diagram about this as a piece of merchandise, actually. Let me see if I can find that. There we go. Digital art folder. Decals. There we go. The Ascent of Man. Oh boy. This might be tricky. Because it's a black image on a black background? Is that going to be visible? It will be. Excellent. This is a vinyl decal series that I made at one point as like museum merchandise. I don't think I ever had any buyers for this. Different museums that wanted to feature it, but I might get the old Cricut fired up and actually make another one of these days. Put it on my my Prius. Although you might have creationist yahoos that might smash my window just out of spite. But anyway, yeah. Before the evolution of apes, we had tailed primates. Critters like, I forget what this critter is. I think this is Plesiodapus. This is something like Alphodon right there. Yeah. Yeah. What was the first thing was something like a bacterium, Kyra Ashton. In this series, the first critter that I put on here was Pikaia, which is, we think, ancestral to the vertebrate animals. Pikaia, right there. Before animals had backbones, like the animals that later developed backbones evolved from a critter like this. Something like Pikaia, right there. But before that, you had ancestors before this, you know, that all the way until you get back to Luca, the last universal common ancestor, which probably looked something like a bacterium or something like that. Yeah, the last universal common ancestor. Yeah, let's see. Which we call, gosh darn it. I'm trying to find one that I'm not going to get copyright nuked for. Nope. That one's not good either. Try this one. There we go. Yeah. The last universal common ancestor. Going back to the very origins of life on Earth. Yeah. Her name is Luca. The last universal common ancestor. And Axeman says Luca would have been created from a random mix of chemical compounds, correct? Something like that, yeah. There you go, Beerman, yeah. Oh. Yeah. I had to make a parody of this, honestly. Like here. Does this song exist as an ukulele song? I guess it does. Shoot. I should learn how to play this.
Okay, for this tutorial, we're going to have a little look at a little bit of a mix-up now. We're going to mix G, D, C, D, and a little bit of E minor as well.
I know those chords.
Vega, everybody. Susan Vega, and we're going to be looking at Luca. Yeah.
I want to hear him play it.
Really, I remember this when I was a younger man back in the whenever it was, maybe was it the 80s? Was it that long ago? The 80s?
Yeah, it would have been the 80s.
So I'm going to put this down. So we've got the chords somewhere. Maybe
oh, that's easy. C, G, E minor, and D? We could learn this like tonight, potentially.
We've got the lyrics coming up. Ready when you go. Okay. Susan Vega, Luca. Ready? My name is Luca.
I live on the ocean floor. I live basically to you. Yes, I think you've heard about me before. Something like that.
If you hear something tonight, some kind of trouble, some kind of fight, you just don't ask me.
What a sad song, you know? It's one of those songs where it doesn't sound that sad, the music. But the lyrics, when you actually look at them, they're very troubling.
I try not to talk too loud.
Yeah. Oh boy.
Maybe it's because I'm crazy. I try not to.
It's basically a song about like child abuse.
They only hit until you cry. After that, you don't ask why. You just don't argue anymore.
Just don't ask me what it was. Yeah, there you go, weird adult. Yeah. Oh boy. I only know about this song because Denver Fowler used to play it all the. My old crew chief used to play this in the field. It's like it's a fascinating song, and it's so funny, but it's also so sad. Yeah. Gojira says this is a super grim song, but it sounds so happy. Yeah. Murph says maybe skip learning this one. We'll see. Yeah. I don't know. Yeah. It reminds me of this.
My name is Luca. I live on the second floor.
Ah! Give me my car, fatty.
Gosh! This is my car! And I'm not fat, it's glandular!
Right.
Yeah, anyway, yeah. Yeah. Kenny says that song was very popular in the late 80s. So I have learned, yeah. Redeem that melody for science, says Casey Snowart. It's such a low-hanging fruit, I very well could, you know? It's what, 4 chords? 4 or 5 chords? Yeah, G, D, E minor, and C? I already know all those chords. I could do it. We'll see. I could make it a happy song, and you know what? The way that I look at it, it was once a very popular song. I can kind of recapture that. And not just for the laughs, but to make it a song about common ancestry. Because that is one of those subjects that the general public is just not really aware of. It just does not get taught in schools. Gojira says, I'd love a happy subject Luca cover. I'm gonna write that down right now.
Some kind of trouble, some kind of fight. You just don't ask me what it was. You just don't ask me what it was. You just don't ask me what it was.
Impromptu ukulele stream? We've got Thursday BIRDSday to do tonight, Casey Snowman.
I try not to talk too loud.
Maybe another one. Yeah.
Maybe it's because I'm crazy. I try not to.
Caterpiggle says the story of Luca is kind of sad too. Luca never got to see what it created.
Until you cry.
There's the germ of an idea in there. That's really interesting.
Don't ask why.
That's an interesting concept, Caterpiggle.
You just don't argue anymore. You just don't argue anymore.
Yeah. We are all Luca. It's true, Gojira.
Yes, I think I'm okay. I walked into the door again.
Oh boy.
Well, if you ask, that's what I'll say. It's not your business anyway. I guess I'd like to be alone.
This guy needs a hug, says Sparky Pugwash. Oh no. Should we? We've got the lyrics. Should we collectively write a song here? We could do that. How I normally do this is I put the lyrics in red like this. And so you can see them. Let's increase the font size there. And then when I create different lyrics, I make them black. So I live on the ocean floor. There we go. Yeah. Yeah. And I can also do a control and find and replace. Luca. Replace with Luca. Replace all. There we go. That part's done. Yeah, and then I add the chords and stuff later. Second choral story. That's not really the same number of syllables there. I am related to you. Yeah. I'm related to you. Yes, I think you've seen me before. Well, I haven't. Yeah. I was the one that came before. Yes, I'm the one that came before. It might not be exactly the right number of syllables, but yeah. Oh, this is gonna be tricky. I might work on this on my own time. In fact, I think I will do that. Yeah. But yeah, we've got the germ of an idea there. I like it. I like it. Let me grab the URL off of that video there. Good stuff. Yeah. Excellent. Anyway. Well, what was the ancestor of everything? We kind of got to get into this now, Chad. What was the ancestor of everything? The last universal common ancestor.
Part of what draws us to the study of natural history is our desire, our drive to understand our origins. The more fossils that we can find and study, the more branches and twigs we can add to the tree of life, that web of relationships that connects all organisms living and extinct. But fossils can only get us so far. As any astrophysicist will tell you, the story goes back way farther than any fossil.
The story of life actually begins with, well, the beginning of everything. In the aftermath of the Big Bang, the universe was an energetic structureless mess. But that mess pulled itself together into atoms and stars and galaxies and planets, and finally, into life. How did these little eddies of order form in a universe otherwise prone to increasing disorder and chaos? I'm Matt O'Dowd from PBS Spacetime, and you can learn all about the physics of the origin of life in a video over on our channel. Just follow the links.
But for us here on Eons, the search for our origins goes back to a single common ancestor, one that remains shrouded in mystery. If you trace all the branches on the tree of life backward, you realize that they all come from the same trunk. That initial point before anything branches is a single species, the first species.
And it's therefore likely that we're here today because, by the luck of the draw, dinosaurs who had been dominant over mammals in ordinary times got felled in a mass extinction.
It's true, Miggity Marty. Thank you for the 11 months of support. I really appreciate you. Thank you, Miggity Marty, for keeping me online for the past 11 months. Good stuff.
Theorized that such a thing once lived. He called it the primordial form into which life was first breathed.
What caused the Big
Today,
Bang?
scientists
That's a good
call
question,
it the last
Kyra.
universal
I don't
common
know.
ancestor.
As a paleontologist, I study fossils. The Big Bang is way outside of my realm of expertise and way outside of what I study. Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, we don't. I think that. I bet you if you were to talk to a cosmologist or a physicist about the question, like what caused the Big Bang, they might respond that, like, the question doesn't make sense because the Big Bang was the start of time. So it's like, what caused the start of time? What existed before there was time or matter or whatever else? I don't even know. Yeah. And caused there is making some assumptions about causality too, says Gojira. Yeah. Yeah. And there was no before, says Gojira. And I mean, again, we're getting into stuff that I'm not qualified to talk about. So it's you're asking one of the biggest questions that there is, Kyra Ashton. You're there on the frontier. Yeah.
Luca isn't the first to have lived. Instead,
There we
it's
go.
the common ancestor of everything that's alive today. It's the ancestor of everything we know. Today, Eons is teaming up with our friends at Spacetime and It's Okay to Be Smart to explore the origins of life. And our journey begins with Luca.
Yeah. My name is Luca.
Even though Darwin suggested that there was a universal common ancestor, we couldn't even guess what it might have been until we started to master genomics, the science of mapping and studying the genetics of all living things. Today we know that all life uses the same molecules of RNA, DNA, and protein. And the genetic code that's responsible for making that stuff is basically universal, from bacteria to humans. That's one of the best arguments to support the notion that everything came from the same place. It's also why most of the research that's gone into learning what Luca was has involved comparing genomes of all kinds of different things to see what else they have in common. One of the first to take this approach was American biologist Carl Woese. In 1977, he discovered the existence of organisms that would make up a whole new domain of life, and a key to the search for Luca. He discovered archaea. They're a group of prokaryotes, simple single-celled organisms that are vaguely similar to bacteria. But they turned out to be so diverse and so different from any other living thing that Woese proposed a new tree of life, one that divided into 3 domains: archaea, bacteria, and eukaryotes. And he said where those 3 main branches converged, there was Luca. But he saw the 3 domains arising not from a single cell, but from a chaotic environment more than 4 billion years ago when cells didn't quite exist yet. In this scenario, he proposed there were extremely simple things that...
You've heard the term primordial soup before? I'm sure you have, you know? You may have even, maybe even picked some up at the store before. Primordial soup, you know? It's this idea that, like, there would have been this nutrient-rich kind of soup that life could arise in after the injection of some kind of energy to that. It's like, you know, the whole lightning striking a warm pond kind of idea. I think our modern perception of this is a little bit more nuanced and interesting than that, though.
That were even more basic than cells. He called them progenotes and envisioned them as tiny scraps of genetic information surrounded by a membrane. These progenotes wouldn't have been complex enough to create true offspring. They might have been able to copy their genetic material, but not accurately. So instead, they may have just floated about at random, constantly swapping little snippets of genetic code among themselves. Sometimes that genetic info might have worked well for a progenote and could be copied, other times not. But out of this basically random transfer of information, Woese thought, some of the key elements of life could have arisen. For instance, the genetic code that makes up genes as we know them could have come about pretty early, but that information might have been stored in RNA, not DNA as it is today. To explain how that might have worked, here's a biologist I know who specializes in RNA, Dr. Joe Hansen, host of It's Okay to Be Smart.
Now, RNA, in addition to storing information, can...
Not the same guy? Different guy. They are weirdly similar, says Gojira. Yeah. They've actually made a joke about this, I think, on Twitter. Oh, nope. Never mind. I wish Twitter had not completely imploded.
Of all surrounding the dinosaurs.
And Britt, holy cow, Creatrix Britt, thank you for the raid. Welcome to Paleontologizing. Our alert seems to have
_Brit and the
hiccuped
43
there.
raiders have arrived to ask exactly that question.
But Britt, thank you for the raid. Welcome to Paleontologizing. How are you doing? It is wonderful to have you here. Holy cow. Britt, how did your stream go? I hope it was really, really good. Welcome back to Paleontologizing. What did you get up to? What were you printing today? What were you working on? How are things, Britt? Welcome back. Stream was great. What are we doing over here today? Well, we're supposed to be doing Thursday BIRDSday, looking at bird photos from members of chat or members of the Discord, but I got distracted. We've only done one bird so far, and now we're talking about the very origins of life on Earth itself. So yeah, we're talking about Luca, the last universal common ancestor. Just kind of now I've got the hiccups. Oh shoot. It's like a hypothetical first origin of all life on Earth. So we're going back to kind of the origin of all life here. on our tree of life with Luca. All extant life. Well, yeah, Cast a Dreamer, but yeah, fair. Anyway. Yeah. There we go. And this is right before you waltzed in, Britt.
Here's a biologist I know who specializes in RNA, Dr. Joe Hansen, host of It's Okay to Be Smart.
Now, RNA.
And these are not the same person. Here they are in the same room together. Anyway, yeah.
In addition to storing information, can do stuff. Biochemical reactions, like we see in the ribosome, where RNA is used to not only code for, but also build proteins.
They're embracing
Early
exactly,
on,
Casey,
RNA
yes.
machines like
yes.
the ribosome would have evolved alongside genetics version 0.1. So it's likely the first life arose and evolved in this so-called RNA
It's
world.
a trap.
And
It's
only
a
began
trap.
storing genetic information in
Tyra
DNA.
Ashton. By the way, speaking of, if you enjoy references such as, hang on a second. Hang on a second.
It's a trap!
Go follow Creatrix Brit if you're not already doing so. If you're a fan of Star Wars, if you're a fan of 3D printing, if you like a chill environment where you can just kind of hang out, talk about stuff like Star Wars and 3D printing, and just have a fun, safe place, just kind of relax and talk about creative stuff, go follow Creatrix Brit right now if you're not already doing so. Oh, I'm sorry, Fruit Fly. I'm sorry. Got a bunch of fruit flies in here, and I don't know why. The Geeky Fried Rice, thank you for the follow. I appreciate that. Thank you, thank you. Go follow Creatrix Brit. Shoot, when is Easter this year, Britt? I've got to get ready for that, don't I? Let's see. 2024. Sunday, March 31st. Okay, I've got like 2 weeks. Good. But Britt and I are going to be doing some stuff about bilbies, this wonderful marsupial species from Australia. We'll be doing some 3D printing and some sculpting and all kinds of fun stuff to draw attention to a really cool endangered critter called the bilby. Anyway. Yeah. Came here from her stream. Well, wonderful, Geeky Fried Rice. I'm glad you're here. Welcome to Paleontologizing. It's good to have you. And Roseanne says, Danny, chalky bilbies have been in LA airport awaiting customs since last Saturday. Right, good on ya, Roseanne. I appreciate that very much. Jokes and offensive accents aside, I'm sorry. I appreciate you, Roseanne. Thank you. I can't wait till those arrive. Yes. Yeah. Oh man, I'm excited. Yeah. Casey Snowart says, wow, your American accent is so good, Danny. Hold your Australian origins so well. Casey Snowart. Please. I don't want to blow my cover here. Casey, keep quiet. Thank you, Roseanne. Okay. Good advice. Good advice. And Britt says, I ordered chocolate bilby for all the family. Very cool, Creatrix Britt. That's awesome. That's awesome. Yeah. And thank you, Casey Snowart. I'm assuming that only you and I could see these chat messages right now. Anyway, shoot, we got to get back to the last universal common ancestor. Shoot, let's finish this out to get back to birds.
For more on how this happened and other theories about how life first arose on Earth, check out our video over on It's Okay to Be Smart.
Okay.
So instead of being a specific organism or even a group of things, Woese thought that LUCA was the whole process by which progenotes acquired the genes to make these essential molecules. And from them would have come 3 lineages that evolved into modern bacteria, archaea, and us eukaryotes. Now, Woese's view of LUCA hasn't been abandoned, but many scientists have moved away from it. That's partly because when Woese was publishing these ideas, genetic sequencing was just coming of age. Back then, only a handful of genomes had been sequenced, and now we've mapped the genes of thousands.
Anyway, in the interest of time, I think I'm going to give you the link to this video so you can finish it on your own time if you would like. But we got to get back into Thursday BIRDSday here, of course. Britt and everybody else who was wondering what in the world is Thursday BIRDSday. I'll just tell you real quick. Thursday BIRDSday is every Thursday we here on Paleontologizing celebrate that birds are themselves living dinosaurs. Dinosaurs never went extinct, strictly speaking. Birds are the last surviving lineage of dinosaurs, as in this lovely kind of vintage illustration here, which is also framed on my wall right now. Yeah, by Mark Hallett. Birds evolved from dinosaurs. Birds are the only dinosaurs that are still around today. The only group of dinosaurs that survived the asteroid impact at the end of the Cretaceous period. And today we have how many species of birds? Holy cow, it's 9,000! Most estimates are around 10,000 species of living bird. There's so many birds. Holy cow. And Nerdy Swag, that's really sad. My goodness, that makes me sad. Yes, you can say that. I wouldn't brag about it, though. Chickens are dinosaurs. Ostriches are dinosaurs. Blue jays are dinosaurs. Hummingbirds and toucans and penguins and ducks are all dinosaurs. Birds are dinosaurs. In fact, this makes me... I guess I gotta play the Thursday BIRDSday opener again, don't I? Let's just do it. Let's do it.
Hold on, something's coming out of here. Look, there's a bird, dude. It knows what's good. I'm telling you, I just heard it inside.
I don't care if Monday's blue, Tuesday's gray and Wednesday too. Thursday, I don't care about you. It's Thursday.
Thursday BIRDSday.
Birds are all around us in everyday life. But most of the time we hardly even notice them. Thursday BIRDSday is a step toward correcting this oversight. Do you want to be part of Thursday BIRDSday?
I don't know.
Here's how you can contribute. Go outside during the week and pay special attention to the birds around you. See if you can take a picture of a bird. It doesn't have to be a good picture, any old photo will do. Upload the picture to the Discord and we will discuss it on Thursday. Simple as that. Thursday BIRDSday is an invitation to go outside and appreciate the grandeur of the natural world. It's a reminder that Since birds are theropods, dinosaurs still enrich our daily lives.
It's great!
And finally, it's a celebration of the amazing history of life on our planet. So, happy Thursday BIRDSday.
Well, yes, indeed. It is Thursday BIRDSday, everyone. And we're going to continue looking at some of these Thursday BIRDSday birds posted by members of this community. And I'm going to turn down the volume on this just a little bit. That's better. Yeah, we did our starling here. We've only gotten through one bird so far, but Salamander says, saw a person by the bank trying to get their coffee to sit upright in the grass while also trying to get their backpack open. And, oh boy.
Ontogeny.
Crazy Nut DK. Thank you for the 29 months of support. I really appreciate that, Crazy Nut. Thank you. Good stuff. I really appreciate that, Crazy Nut. Thanks for keeping me here online for the past 29 months. Good stuff. Holy cow. Salamander says, saw a person on the by the bank of a river or like a financial bank, trying to get their coffee to sit upright in the grass while also trying to get their backpack open, and thought, a birder? Must be something interesting around. And then I looked up. A bald eagle in the same spot as the geese from last week. Salamander, look at that. That looks like a bald eagle. I see a white head. Yes, indeed. Very cool. Nicely done there. Very cool, Salamander. In fact, shoot, it makes me feel all patriotic here, you know? Holy cow. Of course, the emblem of the American Empire, the bald eagle, Leucocephalus haliatus, if I remember correctly. Gorgeous. Gorgeous America, says Kira Ashton. Yes, indeed. Fills my heart with apple pies and Ford F-950s. Beautiful. Beautiful, beautiful. Yeah. Thank you, Salamander, for posting. Bald eagle. Good stuff. Yeah.
On formal occasions, he's called Brontosaurus. Big fella.
9-year Ramikod, I feel like you've followed before. Welcome to Paleontologizing. How are you? Good to have you here. Did you accidentally unfollow or something? But yeah. Appreciate you, 9-year. Appreciate you. Dinosaur Dave says, the campsite I'm at today is right next to a creek. Woke up to this guy fishing.
Wasn't it a meteor?
They're all meat eaters. Meteor. Take it easy.
Valiant Cheese and their 5 raiders are all meat eaters too.
Valiant Cheese, thank you for the raid. Welcome to Paleontologizing. It's good to have you here. Valiant Cheese, take it easy. And you were playing some Fossil Sweeper. Very cool, Valiant Cheese. How did that go? How's it going? Valiant Cheese says, seeing some nice birds here. You know, only the finest for you, Valiant Cheese. Valiant Cheese has developed a game called Fossil Sweeper. Were you indeed? Yeah, making a nice game about digging up fossils. Very cool, Valiant Cheese. Uh-oh, don't steal that code, chat. But, oh, this is cool. Valiant Cheese, this is really neat. This is really neat. Oh, man. Cool stuff. Cool stuff. I hope it went well. Oh no, it's my code, says Valiant Cheese. Don't nobody steal that, okay? You hear? Don't nobody steal that. Yeah. Don't nobody steal my codes. That's Valiant Cheese. I appreciate you, Valiant Cheese. I hope the game is going well. It's good to see you back. Hope you had a fun stream. Welcome to Thursday BIRDSday. Dinosaur Dave says, the campsite I'm at today is next to a creek. Woke up to this guy fishing. And is that a heron? Or a... Who is that? Some kind of Australian heron, perhaps. Cool stuff, Dinosaur Dave. Mayor of Space has got a yellow-rumped warbler spotted while kayaking Lake Jessup. That sounds like a rare bird. A yellow-rumped warbler. I don't know that for certain, but it sounds rare. You know? Very nice, Mayor of Space. I love that you get photos of birds and videos of birds while out kayaking. That's really neat. I wish I still had a kayak. Unfortunately, I had 2 kayaks and I accidentally left both of them when I was moving out of my old apartment. So now I have 0 kayaks. They were inflatable kayaks, so they weren't super expensive or anything. But they were like $60 each. But I'll see about getting another one at some point. Are they even available for that cheap anymore? Let's see. Intex Challenger K1 inflatable kayak. Okay, a bit more than they used to be, $90, but that's not the worst. It's not the worst. Anyway, yeah. Well, yeah, and shoot, an inflatable paddleboard would be way more expensive cases. It's got to be so much more rigid than a kayak, because you have to stand on it. You know, with one of these, I'm sure Mayor Space has got a much more sophisticated kayak than this one here. But you know, with this one, you just blow it up with the air from your lungs, and then you got a boat to paddle around in. Yeah. It's interesting that they've changed the color on some, like, so the seat used to be gray on my old one. Yeah. Not the best kayak around, certainly not. But for $90, I'm sure you can't beat it. Yeah. I love floating on long air, says Caterpiggle. Me too. Actually, no, I take that back. You don't even have to use your lungs for this. You can just use the pump. I forget, it comes with a pump. I think the first time I inflated it, I didn't realize it came with a pump. I think I left it in the box and I blew up the whole thing by myself with my 2 lungs. But I've got sizable lung capacity, so it's really not that big a deal. I used to play trumpet, chat, back in middle school and high school. Yeah. Valiant Cheese says it'd take you a long time to blow up by lunch. Or long. True words there, Valiant Cheese. Yes, indeed. Yeah. Anyway, Mayor Space, lovely yellow-rumped warbler here. I love some kayak footage, some bird footage taken from a kayak. Very nice. Good stuff with your 2 limited mammal lungs, you mean? Yeah, Alexander Morrison. I'm not blessed to have archosaur lungs like crocodilians or birds, you know? Mary L63 says, last week we mentioned the European robin, Erythacus rebecula. We did. I'm posting about another European bird, the common blackbird. Turdus merula, that's the same genus as our American robin, right? which is very similar to our American robin. Yes, indeed. The American robin, of course. Yeah. There we go. Come on, song. You can do it. Come on. We're waiting for you. There we go. American robin. Right there. It's very similar to our American robin, except that its feathers are all black. It is also a thrush. Here is a recording of its beautiful song that I took in Budapest, Hungary in 2019. Sounds like karaoke music. Oh no, do I have to mute this? I do, don't I? Alright, enough of this joke. You've overstayed your welcome. Here we go. Oh, you know what? It might also help if I unmute this tab. That might help. Yeah. I'd love an audio file for Thursday BIRDSday. Good stuff. You can hear that. Yeah. I wish I were one of those birders who could actually imitate bird sounds by mouth. You know, I can't do that. Because some can. I can't find a good fast link there. That's fine. Anyway, thank you, Mary L, for that post. I appreciate that. Good stuff. Yeah. Common blackbird. It does look like an American robin. You know? It really does. Good stuff. Had to look up this warbler. It can't be a yellow rump warbler because that has a yellow patch on top of the rump. This bird has yellow undertail coverts. I think it's a palm warbler wintering in Florida now. That's even more exciting. Mary L and Mayorspace. ID points are a dark eye line, light eyebrow, brightest yellow being under the tail, and a good longish, constantly pumping tail. Your video allows a good look at this bird. Oh boy. Paleo salute to that. Good stuff. Very cool. We've got such a wonderful community here, and some people who know a thing or two about birds. Love it. Yeah. And we've got a budgie from E. regalis enjoyer. Does that stand for Edmontosaurus regalis? Very nice. And a budgie. Budgie. Beautiful. My friends growing up had a pet. They called it a parakeet. Here in the States, we often call them parakeets. But her name was Bubbles. And, yeah. Sometimes we'd let her out of the cage, let her fly around after we'd closed all the doors and windows and everything, and put the dog outside. Used to smuggle budgies? Really, Caterpiggle? Uh-oh. Yeah. Anyway, good stuff. E. regalis enjoyer, thanks for posting. Lady Fiend has got... Let's see... Ooh, looks like an osprey, perhaps? Who is that? On your Twitter feed? Very cool. Nice, nice, nice. Budgie smuggler is Australian slang for a Speedo. Oh no. I did not know that. Well, Okay, UK slang too. Moving on. Rocco in his natural habitat, trouble. There you go, Logan. Very nice. Some other kind of psittaciform bird right there, getting into some trouble here. Yeah. 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 Very cool, Logan. Very cool. Hanging by 1 foot from a place he isn't meant to be, almost pulling the whiskey down on himself. Well, there you go. That reminds me, there is a... I saw on I think it was on Twitter once, there was some sort of... There's a bird person, a bird owner. They were talking about some sort of parakeet or parrot or budgie or whatever they own. And it might have been an African gray parrot. And can I find this real quick? Maybe I can just find it. Nope, shoot, can't find it. But there was like a bird owner who was talking about how they could tell when their bird was doing something naughty, doing something the bird was not supposed to do. Because the bird was accustomed to, when it was misbehaving, people would say, no, don't do that. No, no, stop it, no. And so when the bird was by itself in another room, and it was doing something it knew it wasn't supposed to do, it would repeat to itself, no, stop it, don't do that, as it's doing the thing. And I thought that was so funny. Yeah, oh man. Yeah. Let's continue. Alexander Morson's got a crow feasting upon a flattened squirrel. Don't worry, nothing too graphic. Just showing the natural process of scavenging. With music by Brian Eng. Well, well, well. Ooh, check that out. A theropod dinosaur scavenging upon a mammal. And the circle of life goes on. Good stuff. Alexander, I appreciate that very much. Thank you, thank you. Yeah. And Thing, enjoy the birds, everyone. Thank you, Thing. Enjoy your sleep. Sweet dreams. Good rest to you. Yeah. Thank you, Squirrel, for your sacrifice. Yes, indeed. Press F to pay respects to Squirrel. Yeah. Oh, that's not the right kind of... Anyway, I just failed. Different thing, but yeah. Salute to that squirrel. And Furry Photos is a little early, but this will be my post for the week. Very nice. Steal their look. The suspiciously rich relative who always turns up overdressed and whose partners keep disappearing for no reason whatsoever. The northern bald hermit ibis taken at Bird Paradise. Furry Photos, these are beautiful. Look at that, yes. I could totally see this bird engaging in some kind of unscrupulous behavior regarding supposedly loved ones. Yeah. Yeah. I'm not gonna be able to find that clip, but that's okay. Yeah. It was a line from Oh Hello. It's like, all of my wives have died in exactly the same way, on the same staircase, but each death improving upon the death before it. That's what your comment reminded me of there. Furry photos. Yeah. Oh no. Yeah. Yeah. Good stuff. Northern bald hermit ibis taken at Bird Paradise. Very cool furry photos. Thank you for the wonderful photos. And Jay Joyce says, make that 100%. It's a European starling. Yeah. And what are these? These are brants that are here? Ooh, which are related to Branta canadensis, which is the Canada goose, right? Yeah. This must be a goose relative. Here, let's look them up real quick. Brant geese. Genus Branta. Yeah. True geese. Yeah. What's the line? But when I told you I'd kill you last, I lied. True geese. Right there. And, oh, Brent goose? Red-breasted goose. Barnacle goose. Huh. Branta bernicula. Branta Brent goose. Okay, yeah. Yeah. There might be different spellings. But yeah. Yeah. Good stuff. Thank you, Jay Joyce. Excellent. Yeah. Canada geese, of course, kept attacking people. Yeah, Kyra Ashton. If we had more time, we'd watch a video about Canada goose attacks. They're really cool birds, but they gotta be tough to survive in their environment. And Rose Sand says some of a large flock of cockatoos, some kind that hang out in my suburb in a tree, later on a school field. I believe they are little or long-billed corellas. Oh. Very cool. You know what kind of tree that is, by the way? It looks like a Norfolk pine or another member of Ericaria or Ericaceae, or whoever you say that group. But they are like monkey puzzle trees and their relatives. They've been around since the Cretaceous, maybe the Jurassic, maybe the Triassic period. A very old lineage of trees. Very cool. Corella. What kind of bird is this? Let's look them up. Long-billed corella. They're going to be way over here. And that is a pretty long, wide range of maybe. It is true. Sloppy salamander, yeah. Long-billed corella. Very cool. And then the tree that they're in, Ericaceae. They do share a common ancestor with birds. You gotta go way back far in time to find it, though. Yeah. Araucaceae. Araucariaceae, rather. The bunya, Cowrie, Willemia, New Caledonia pine, candelabra tree, Norfolk Island Araucaria, and of course your monkey puzzle trees as well. They are, here, Norfolk pine and their relatives are really cool. And they've been around since around the time of the dinosaurs. At least that lineage has been. They're early diverging, that lineage there. Anyway, cool. Rosand, I appreciate you. Good stuff. Yeah. I gotta switch earbuds, because this one is dying on me. Put this one in, and then we'll see what's going on here. The Lenina, since I'll try to get something fresh and new for next week, but here's a video of some lovely bird song from a business trip I took last year. I was sitting on the balcony of my hotel room that morning, drinking my coffee, listening to these two chatty cardinals and a mourning dove. Needless to say, I could have sat on that balcony all day. Well, let's have ourselves a listen here, Lenina. Where was this? This is beautiful. Is this up near, like, somewhere in Vermont or New Hampshire, somewhere like that? This is lovely, Lenina. Yeah, very cool. Good stuff, Lenina. Thank you, thank you. I love it. Good stuff. Joe Kennedy has got some more starlings for us. It's a starling stream today, isn't it? Yeah. That's in Austin, Texas, Lake Travis? You could have fooled me, Lenina. You could have said Vermont, and I would have been like, oh yeah, definitely. Yeah. Yeah. Look at these lovely birds. Thank you, Joe Kennedy. Good stuff. And are we allowed to include bird puns for Thursday BIRDSday? I suppose I'll allow it this once, Real Men Grow Beards. Peruvian owls always hunt in pairs. It's because they're in cahoots. Oh boy. Those are two different species right there, Beards. But that's okay. We'll let it slide this one time. And Risa Degu, this tufted titmouse and the junco were not being little buddies. Oh no. They're fighting. Oh no. I love these photos from you, Risa. These are always wonderful. These bird feeder photos. These are wonderful. Dinosaurs, fight! Yeah. And Andy's the 188. You've got a ring-necked pheasant for us, the state bird of South Dakota, as I recall. Very nice. It is one very, very nice. Good stuff. Any South Dakota residents or enthusiasts here in chat? Yeah, that's your state bird right there, a ring-necked pheasant. Yeah, this one doing hard time for some kind of unspeakable crime, I am sure. Look at it behind those, behind that fence. Yeah. He said a rude word to a state trooper or something. Yeah. Here's a lovebird hoping for a mate. Oh, Dan the BC man. Lonely lovebird there. Well, best of luck to this lovebird. Unlucky in love, but lucky in bird. It's a beautiful bird there. Yeah. Yeah. Thank you, Dan the BC man. Little birds playing above me. Ooh, who are these? Might help if I turn the music down. Very like flit birds. They're not robins. These like flutters of activity that you see with them there. I don't know what kind of birds these are. I'm not sure what they are. Mystery birds. Sparrows, Karashian? They sound like sparrows. But you know what? For right now, I gotta say these are mystery birds. These are UAOs. Unidentified avian objects. Or UATs? Unidentified avian theropods? Sure, whatever. We'll go with that. Vix. I like it. Good stuff. Yeah. Golganek says, after missing the opportunity to photograph a cheeky little wren who took yesterday's open garage doors as an invitation to case the joint for potential nesting sites. I like how you capitalized that there, Golganek. I had thought my Thursday birthday chances lost. In for the Pi Day save is my blob of the week, a black turkey vulture on a streetlight. Well, we've got another mysterious mystery bird of mystery here. What in the world is this? That's not a turkey vulture. That's got to be a black vulture right there. Golganek, you probably live in a region where we have black vultures. Maybe in addition to turkey vultures, but it looks like that's like a black vulture to me. Yeah. Yeah. They often have that kind of like whitish bit around the base of their... Yeah, there's a black vulture versus a turkey vulture. Turkey vultures have got that reddish head right there. So yeah, it looks like a black vulture to me, Golganek. Good stuff. So, this one here, not so mysterious anymore. Instead, I don't really have a sound board. We'll just do that. There we go. Identified. That's a black vulture right there. Good stuff. Yeah. I appreciate that, Golganek. Good stuff. Good stuff. Oh, excuse me. How? KC Paleo Ken. Wait, is this Ken from Fieldwork Ken? How did you get a taxidermied Hesperornis here? Ken, did you travel back in time and collect a Hesperornis and shoot it and stuff it and... Chat, this is one of these guys. Hesperornis, which is this big, like, 2-meter long flightless bird from the Cretaceous of North America. They lived at the same time as the dinosaurs, and they would have swum alongside plesiosaurs and mosasaurs and giant sea turtles back in the Cretaceous oceans of Kansas and Nebraska and areas like that. And this is I love it. Yeah. What kind of loon is this? No, that's a Hesperornis there. Look at the teeth and its lower jaw. This is a really well done model. I like that a lot. Where was this? Oh, this is great. Yeah. And Dinosaur Dave, welcome back. It's good to have you here. We're just getting through Thursday BIRDSday. Axeman, excuse me, my nose got all stuffy. A white-breasted nuthatch looking at me at first with curiosity and then suspicion. Curiosity, suspicion. I see that. This is great, Axeman. These are some of the most expressive birds that come to my feeder, and I love to watch them interact with the other birds. Those claws allow for really impressive tree climbing. Yeah, nuthatches, I think they're one of those birds that actually can hang on upside down on a tree. Like, head down, tail up. Here, let's look at that. Nuthatch. Head down on tree. Yeah, there you go. Those claws. They can do all kinds of cool stuff. They're some of the few birds that you'll see going headfirst down the side of a tree like that. Or hanging upside down on the underside of a limb. Very cool, Axeman. Oh, what's this going on? Oh, I don't like this. Yeah. This is neat. This is neat. Thank you, Axeman, for posting. These are lovely. I like that a lot. And Green Herring. Green Herring's always got good stuff for us. The sparrowing is upon us. It is that time of spring, when sparrows move through the area in very large numbers. And while the majority of them are just common song sparrows, like this one, I always have to closely examine each and every one because there is always a chance of a rarity showing up in the mix. My final count for yesterday's birding, 92 song sparrows, 2 white-throated sparrows on their way out now that winter is over, and 1 fox sparrow. Well, well, well. And 1 hungry Cooper's hawk trying to take advantage of the situation unsuccessfully. And take a look at this. A fox sparrow. Gorgeous photo here, Green Herring. Very nice indeed. A fox sparrow. I wonder how close they are to song sparrows. Let's look up fox sparrow here. Yeah. Classic LBB, yeah, little brown bird. Gojira. There we go. Fox sparrow. Passarella iliaca. Sister taxon to the American tree sparrow. And then to juncos? Really? I would have thought they'd be right next to like the white-crowned sparrow or something, and they're not. Interesting. Interessante. Anyway, good stuff there. Green Herring. Good stuff indeed. Thank you for posting. Thing has got... I invited a friend to tune in tonight, so here are some fun Luigi pictures. Luigi is a 25-ish-year-old peach-faced lovebird. That's a squirrel right there. What are you talking about? No. There we go. What a lovely bird right there. Being all cheeky. And of course, holding a fellow theropod dinosaur. His deadly talons. Thank you for the photos thing. Good stuff. Betmother's got a crow. Observed this. Oh, observed by. Oh man, I love it when you go bird watching and then the birds watch you. Observed by this watchful crow while walking the dog. Many crows in this neighborhood carry sticks and small branches lately. Time for nest building? Seems like it. I've seen birds doing the same thing in my neighborhood for the past week. Betmother, good stuff. Good stuff. And Charcone says, I think nuthatches have the funniest call, like a weird laugh. And they also raise their wings and sway back and forth when they're defending a food source. I think it's a cute display, but the nuthatch probably sees it as very serious. Very serious trademark. Yes, indeed. Yeah, what does a nuthatch sound like? A nuthatch call. Yeah. Let's take a look. Little squeaky friend. Yes, indeed, Valiant Cheese. It almost reminds me of like an American coot. With that squeaky toy noise. Oh, they're so cool. I love them. I love them. Good stuff, Charcone. Thank you for posting. And look at that nuthatch right there. Yeah. Good stuff. And Lady Phoenix, it's a chickadee again, I believe. You would be correct there. That is a chickadee. Right there, probably a black-capped chickadee. Very nice. Lady Phoenix, very nice. Thanks for posting. Good stuff. Good stuff. Yeah. And Niels is almost certainly a northern harrier, but the angle being so as not to have a white rump patch not visible, but wouldn't bet money on it. Not very good with hawks. I'm not either, Neil. That's a beautiful photo, though. It's tough to get good photos of a bird of prey, in my experience. That's a lovely one, Neil. Northern harrier? Very cool. Very cool. And Nick Leon says, some time ago I visited Reed Park in Tucson, Arizona, and peacocks were everywhere. Very cool. They just go where they want, including exhibits in the nearby zoo. Oh, yeah. They do what they please. These are common in California, too, in certain areas. When I was in Salt Lake City, also, staying with Ethan, I remember walking down the street and I just heard, like, that's a peafowl. That's a peacock right there. And sure enough, there were just peacocks walking around the neighborhood. Cool stuff. Yeah. Really neat animals. Sparky Pugwash says, a little while back, I went to a seal sanctuary and they had a chat. Oh, and had a chat with this little bird, although I did all of the talking. Yeah. He's waiting for his one phone call there. He's gonna call his lawyer. Sparky Pugwash. You know what this reminds me of? Only semi-related. Yeah. Reminds me of this.
Don't worry, Homer. I have a foolproof strategy to get you out of here. Surprise witnesses. Each more surprising than the last. I tell you, the judge won't know what hit him. Pipe down in there, Hutz.
Anyway. Good stuff. Yeah. Anyway, Sparky Bugwash, good stuff. Lady Phoenix's bird landed on the page to learn about itself. Who is this? Oh, that's fantastic. That's some kind of, it looks like a chickadee, but I could be wrong. Is that a chestnut-backed chickadee? Chestnut-backed chickadee. Could be. Could be. They're very round-looking birds, these guys. Does that match with this right here? This almost looks like it's in another language or something. That looks to me like a chestnut-backed chickadee. I think it is. Yeah. Very nice. That's cool. And there you go, Kira Ashton. Plot twist, Pugwash was at the exhibit and the bird came to watch. Yeah. And Logan says, here's a better pic of him napping and doing his T-Rex roar. A Cuban Amazon T-Rex. Majestic indeed. You can almost see the Jurassic Park banner, like from the final scene, fluttering down. It says, dinosaurs still rule the earth. Yeah. In fact, actually, that's a lovely idea for an art piece. I might do that at some point. I didn't say that out loud, chat. Forget that idea. It's mine. Yeah. Yeah, good stuff. And Ms. Art Rule says, I don't remember if I showed this. Is that a California quail right there? That is my state bird, of course. Here in California. Where did you spot this, Ms. Art Rule? I like it. Chalkboard illustration. And Valiant Cheese says, I hung out with this sunset friend last week. That is an Australian magpie, maybe? Or a jackdaw, or somebody related to that, or similar to that, morphologically. I don't know who that is. But very cool, Cheesiness. Very cool. Australian magpie. Well, well, well. Yeah. I've never seen an Australian magpie live in person, but I'm glad that through the magic of Thursday Birds Day, we can all enjoy birds from around the world here. I think that's pretty special. And we had some wonderful photos today, Claire Bird. Lenina, absolutely. Yeah, great photos today. And Dinosaur Dave says, I know it's a chair, but are you big enough to reach both wingtips at the same time? For a wandering albatross? I'm certainly not. Yeah. Good stuff. Miss Creation's got a couple of black-necked storks from a recent visit to Melbourne Zoo. Very cool, Miss Creation. I've never seen this kind of bird before. They certainly got black necks, like iridescent necks. The black almost like undersells it. They're like, they've got beautiful, shimmery iridescent necks and such pink legs. Legs that go all the way to the ground. Look at how long those legs are. It's impressive, Miss Creation. Black-necked storks. Very cool. Very cool. Fossicking for fossil footprints to photograph at Inverloch. It's a place that cheers up. I found one print, maybe, I'm not sure. Interesting. Dinosaur Dave, and there is a gull over there. I don't know what species of gull that is, but look at it. Look at it hiding way over there. Not hiding, just chilling. And we do have a brief amount of time, I think, Dinosaur Dave. Let's take a look at some birds interacting with one another. Some Australian birds. Dinosaurs interacting.
All the little birds over there.
Good stuff, Dinosaur Dave. Good stuff.
See what we call the little black ones wagtails, can't you?
Because they wag their tails, Dinosaur Dave. Yeah. Yeah. Very cool. I love to see bird behavior in these videos. This scene looks very familiar, except the birds are just completely different from what I'm used to. I'm not used to birds, like Psittaciform birds, doing this in... I can see it's just... It's this interesting mix of familiar and totally foreign. I find that fascinating. You have such cool birds in Australia. You really do. One of the galahs starts chasing the wagtail. Wagtails, says Dinosaur Dave. I'm not even going to try to do the accent. Look at them! Very cool. Very cool. Oh, I love that. Very cool, Dinosaur Dave. Thank you for posting. Shoot. Thank you for everybody who posted. I appreciate that. Thank you for helping celebrate wonderful diversity and just beauty of our modern theropod dinosaurs today from around the world. Literally the other side of the planet, down in Australia, up to here in North America. Really, really cool stuff. I hope you had fun. I hope you had a good Thursday Birds Day today, chat, and I'm looking forward to the next one in less than 1 week. But for now, friends, it is time to wrap this up. So let's go ahead and put an Archaeopteryx under our credits here. And let's go visit some other birds through a raid. Let's see. Let's go see what the owls are up to over at Hoot House Livestream. Oh my goodness, they're getting big. Oh my goodness. And Zilla the Hawk has laid 3 eggs. Holy moly. 3 eggs. Let's go take a look at them. At Hoot House Livestream, which we're about to raid into. Thank you everybody for a wonderful stream. I hope you had fun today. I hope you learned something. You had a good time. Hope you've got a newfound appreciation for birds and other dinosaurs. And all our other critters that we share our planet with, going all the way back to Luca, our last universal common ancestor. I will be streaming again tomorrow, of course. Tomorrow happens to be Everything You Know Is Wrong Day, so we will be talking about dinosaur misconceptions tomorrow. And I hope you'll tune in for that. It should be a lot of fun. Well then, everybody, you take care of yourselves, and let's go observe some owls and some acipteriform birds, like that hawk, raising their babies. See you soon. Take care, everybody.